center in their vision. In 2050, they want to be among the high income generating countries. In 2035, they want to be in the middle. They want to be in the middle. Then 2050, they want to reach the target. We can still be there. And I think it was a wake-up call for all of us. How to reach there? Through research and development, promoting innovation and creativity among our people. I think that also stood out. I conclude by saying what the professor said, that brain drain is not about people draining our brains and using it there. It's about we Africans not aware of what we can do. That means we are producing a lot that we are not consuming ourselves, and we even don't know. And then we are consuming that which we have not produced, and it is not even meant for us, maybe. I think that was a very strong message to us, message of wisdom that we need to build on. So I wish to stop there. Thank you for participating in this game. Whoever wants to continue with it can come for tutorial sessions.
So please give Sister 3 factorial. The last one must awaken the spirit of wisdom. Sister, that is wonderful. That also means that we have also appreciated our presenters yesterday, because people can remember what they said. You know, sometimes you cannot. So I want to call upon the plenary session 1 for day 2, but I want to highlight why was this session inserted here. Father Charles, and among other people who are part of setting up this agenda, discovered that without a proper policy environment, many things don't work. And these people up here who make policy cannot make some things work. For example, for Dr. Edem, just to get registration to begin working when everything is ready, how many months has it taken? A few months. I don't know whether you want to say exact months. When you have all equipment, everything is in the place, Andreas, imagine, 3 months to begin working. You have everything, but 3 months. They come visit you, they see you, they say hi, then they go back. So, Andrea, this is what I want you to facilitate. So, over to you. You might moderate this session and try to stick with strategic reductionism. Don't mind by telling someone you need to stop.
I think just stay. On top of what Fred has mentioned, I'd like to stress something that is very crucial and important for us in Haiti, is that we are spending a lot of energy on how to cure diseases, how to produce medicines. We need more energy on how to prevent diseases. And we need policy for that. It shouldn't be like those people who try to eat well as if they are an esoteric group, weird group. Food, Dr. Zhao will speak about food, and we hear about integrative health and about plants, that these things should come into policy. They shouldn't be like a small, weird outlier group. That's a spirit, and that's something that Haiti wants to push. That we just don't need, for health, we just don't need hospitals. We need integration. Very, very important philosophy in Catholic social teaching and Catholic thinking. Integration.
Andreas, you are starting at a good part.
Yes, thank you very much, Father Charles. This was a very good bridge to this panel, and I thank you so much for inviting us, because you visited Sechem in November. And I would like to say Salamu Alaikum, Sabah al-Khair, in the name of the whole SECAM initiative in Egypt, Cairo. And you know, there is a saying in Germany, if a project isn't running very well, then we are saying this project is built on sand. It cannot work because sand is moving. There is no real foundation. And if we speak about sand, then it's the right description of Egypt. It's a very sandy country. And I would give you an idea of the SECAM initiative. I would like to watch a movie together because it's a quite complex initiative. And I think it maybe can say it's a kind of prototype of what we call One Health, and One Health organization. And so I would like you to start the movie, and then I will catch it up and go a little bit deeper to the subject of integrative health. This video is about greening the desert, climate change. So it's not focused on health, but it gives you a clear picture about what SECAM is.
When faced with a barren desert, it requires enormous vision to see the garden that it once was. In 1977, Ibrahim Abulayesh and his wife Gudrun decided to move with their teenage children Helmi and Mona from Austria to Egypt to go back to the garden. Leaving his successful career as research director for a European pharmaceutical company, Ibrahim and his family chose to settle in the desert 60 kilometers northeast of Cairo. Ibrahim passionately believed that it was possible to make the desert bloom, and he immediately began to plant trees as well as medicinal plants and food crops in the desert.
All the experts, family, friends, everyone to whom my father addressed his idea, his dream about a sustainable community in the desert, recommended to him to forget about it.
Before we came here, it was absolutely desert. So we don't had a street, don't had water, or electricity, or any transportation, communication. So we had to build that by ourselves.
In the beginning, the local people were extremely skeptical. But perhaps this is normal when witnessing a miracle.
They must have thought I am crazy.
Ibrahim's dream manifested as the SECAM community, its name the ancient Egyptian word for the vitality of the sun. The results are proving that a resilient, compassionate group of people collaborating harmoniously can transform a desert into a thriving and sustainable community. SECAM has become a center for ecological regeneration, as well as for unfolding human potential. Ibrahim Abulayesh called SECAM's ecological, social, entrepreneurial, and fair trade approach an economy of love.
Today, you can witness here that organic and biodynamic farming is perfect for restoration of deserts. It's perfect for greening the desert. It creates living soils. It uses less water, sequesters carbon, and deals with this huge challenge of salinity.
For the children of the community and the surrounding villages, SECAM has provided primary, secondary, vocational, and special needs education. In recent years, SECAM has even founded a university dedicated to sustainable development. Sechem has also built its own medical clinic to serve the community. The community has built businesses that provide livelihoods that were unthinkable in the desert environment just a few years ago. Clothing and toys made from organic cotton are sold throughout the world. Herbal remedies that are affordable and create income. Biodynamic food that nourishes the people and helps restore degraded land. Specializing in producing organic and biodynamic food ensures healthy diets. And practicing compassionate, ethical personal development and education has made the community strong. Growing numbers of people from all over the world have come to Sechem, seeking and finding knowledge, inspiration, and courage. This growing network has helped Sechem to become a thought leader and living example of what is possible. From a harsh desert environment, a diverse, creative, and peaceful community, increasingly skilled at caring for the people and the land, has miraculously emerged.
In 2017, after 40 years of Sechem, we were celebrating the 80th birthday of my father together with him. And then, soon after, he passed away on the 15th of June 2017. And this resulted in a deep reflection moment for the whole Sechem community. Two days after he passed away, and very much including him in our thoughts, we started a process to develop a vision for 2057, for the next 40 years. We all ended up in deciding that Sechem is not going to continue just adding new areas, new factories, new people to its community. Sechem is going to go into a major social transformation to spread our ideas, our vision, our inspirations into the community in Egypt and the world.
Sechem has not only been growing food and selling products. The massive increases in organic matter, carbon sequestration, and water management are in fact much more valuable than any products.
For most of the past 30 years, I've been focused on observing, documenting, and communicating about the restoration of large-scale degraded landscapes.
I have witnessed that it is possible to rehabilitate fundamentally degraded landscapes, including those that have been degraded over vast areas and over long historical time.
For more than 40 years, the community at Sechem has been working to transform desert landscapes to beautiful, functional ecosystems. This is natural regulation of the climate.
Sechem is transforming fundamentally collapsed ecosystems into functional lands. This is exactly what is needed at very large scale to naturally re-regulate the Earth's climate. What Sechem has been doing over decades, through peaceful collaboration and unwavering dedication, is teaching humanity what we are required to do to ensure the future of our children and generations to come.
At a time when human civilization faces an existential threat from climate change, the value of natural regulation of the climate is enormous.
The dream of restoring the deserts and creating peaceful, healthy, and educated communities holds the answer to many of our society's most serious problems.
Humanity needs Sechem, and Sechem needs you.
The Ibrahim, he left when he was young to Austria, kind of brain drain. But he came back and he stopped his career because he was so impressed about the needs of his country. And it was evident for him that he has to do something, that he has to move to Egypt and to build something up which becomes a culture in the different dimensions of life, in social life, cultural life, economy life, and to serve the nature, always in a sustainable way. He wasn't waiting for permission of any government. He wasn't preparing. There was no master plan. There was no team, just his family. There was one thing, his vision, and that he felt this has to be done, and he was ready to fail. And even to start in the desert, not in the delta, it's incredible. And 45 years ago, to start with organic farming. So, meanwhile, Sechem, because Sechem is the pioneer of organic farming, is also the pioneer of producing herbal teas, and we are the market leaders there. And like you could see in the movie, we also have a pharmaceutical company, Athos. We are producing phytotherapy, and it's a very small one. So, and if we start with the presentation, please. Yeah. I'm in Sechem since 3 years. I know Sechem since 1984, but I moved to Sechem 3 years ago. And yes, there I'm the project manager for integrative health at Heliopolis University and in a Sechem Medical Center. And I'm the member of the one of the members of the Sechem Future Council. This is a group of people who are taking care that the vision is staying alive. And most of the time I was working in Germany as a manager in health organizations and as a therapist by myself. And I became also a fundraising manager because I felt I have to do something for my organization and my teams and my patients to create space through donations, that we are more free to act and not so driven by insurances. So, and please, the next slide. I will give you or go through this subject, integrative health in Sechem in this way. Now, the first step is already done, to introduce Sechem as an One Health organization, as a prototype for Egypt. But maybe it gives you an idea how it could look like if the things are just done. We are talking very often about public-private partnership, which is very important. But this is a kind of private-private partnership. That means to wait for the public, that the public is ready, that ministries are ready, it needs a long time, usually. And so he was acting, Ibrahim Abulaish, as an entrepreneur. He tried just to act. The next point is, why integrative health? And the third point is, I think the aspects are very important the question of access to integrative health services, action and mind shift. Action means to work together with the clients, and out of the experience the clients get out of the healing journey, that a result can be a mind shift which is needed to transform my own life or also the society. The next slide, please. So here an overview about SECAM once more. The important thing is always to understand SECAM the right way, that we think that it's important to act on all levels of life: cultural life, economy, social life, and to take care for the nature, always in a sustainable way, and that each of these dimensions are supporting each other, and to take care that these dimensions aren't interrupting and interfere each other. And so you can see we are active on the left in economic life with ISIS. It's an organic, organic food production, Arthos Pharma, Nature Tex, organic cotton, and textile production, Lotus, raw material, and Lotus Upper Egypt. We have some different farms all over the country, and which is very important, we are cooperating with thousands of farmers and help them to switch from conventional farming to organic farming. Now we are cooperating with more than 2,000 farmers, and we are preparing the next step to help 40,000 more farmers to become organic farmers. And in ecology, there are also different activities, organizations. In social life, you can see there's a cooperation of SECAM employers. That means this is a kind of fund and budget which is helping our people if there is any need, a complicated life situation, and to solve all the problems in the social, on the social level. Code of conduct, it's clear, and gender equality. And EIP, the last point, is interesting because if we want to act sustainable, then it means, or what does it mean for business, how to negotiate, how to cooperate with partners. So is it just a profit-driven business, or do we take care together with our business partners that, for example, the farmers get a fair price? And so the whole value chain with our business partners is arranged and designed, committed on this, that everybody who is involved in the value chain should be treated in a fair way. So that has to be sustainable too. How business is done. In cultural life, the first thing is the SECAM Development Foundation, a non-profit organization. And there are a nursery, kindergarten, schools, special needs, vocational training center, the medical center, and the Heliopolis University. And so we can say this is a kind of policy or concept. I think it's okay to call it a One Health concept. And the next slide, please. Integrative health. What means integrative health? It's a big term, and we think that integrative health closes the gap between therapy, healing, and self-care. So if you have the therapy and the healing process and the self-care, usually we are focused in one or in the other, and if we bring this together and empower the patients, the clients, to become aware of that the healing power, their own vitality is the real doctor. What we can do with medication, surgeries, and whatever, we can help the vitality of the client. Yeah, we can trigger it in a kind of direction, but the healing process is caused in your own vitality. And if the clients and the medical professions are aware about that, then the patient and the client can take self-responsibility, not consuming medical services, especially if we speak about prevention. And here there are some photos about our activities. We are active with our polyclinic with around 20 doctors, 15 different specialties. In public health, we have a project developed in Corona times, Health on Wheels. So we send the doctor and the nurses to the villages and the health coaches. We have corporate health management programs, training and further education. It's very important for all employees, not only for professionals, and to give our students a chance of our faculties, pharmaceutical and physiotherapy faculties, to experience the work on the ground, what health workers are doing. And in addition to the normal medical services, we founded a group of therapists. It's called RIVKA. And RIVKA means to join the patient and the client through the health journey in a gentle way. Yes, so to care for is a very important aspect, and we have a special children's health program. So, of course, it's needed, if you speak about integrative health, to ask ourselves, what's my understanding about human being? And we think that human being, if we speak about human being, that we should be aware of that there is a spirit, a soul, and a body, and they are connected, they are not separated. And in practical life, that means a very good interdisciplinary relationship between the experts, the doctors and therapists themselves, but also to the clients. Because health, I think, is a relationship-based service. The result of your healing journey is based very much on, is there trust between your doctor and yourself or not? Are you just a case with symptoms, or are you a human being? And that means care and competence and credibility is very important to be aware of and to try to develop these qualities. And of course, a meaningful integration of various healing methods and modern medicine. The next slide, please. Yes. Let's talk about money. Because health is very often driven by money. That means who is paying for the services. Maybe the insurance. And then we have to follow the standards and norms of an insurance. Or maybe there is the pharmaceutical industry who is very active to teach the doctors what the best medication is. And so, very often, if the client is sitting with the doctor and the doctor has a good idea, for example, to suggest to the patient to make some art to overcome the depression maybe, then the patient is maybe a little bit confused and asking, of course, who is paying for it? Is the insurance paying for it? And so most of the people are not able to pay these services out of their pockets, and the insurance are not paying for preventive services or art therapy, usually. So a lot of things are not done which should be done to prevent or to really work together with the clients and patients on the roots of the problem, because we are very much symptom focused in medicine and healthcare. And this is very important to deal with the symptoms, but much more important is to avoid symptoms, to avoid to become unhealthy. So we would like in future not to treat patients anymore, but just to help people to stay healthy. This is an illusion, I know, but to make clear what our vision is. So I was saying, let us found our own insurance, because the things are so simple. Insurance has the possibility to take decisions. What is important in healthcare? What should be financed? So we took our money back, which we spent every year, to an insurance to offer our employees, in addition to the Egyptian health insurance, more health services. And we decided to be brave, to become an insurance by ourselves, to learn how an insurance is working. And we did it 2 years ago. And now we take our own decisions. That means if you want to have, for example, nutrition counseling or health coaching or art activities, even you are not a patient, even there is no diagnosis, just to help yourself to stay healthy, it's financed by our insurance, because it's a preventive thing which is worth to be financed. So the next. No, let's continue. So, and if you offer such possibilities to the clients can experience something, and out of this experience that doctors, therapists are really interested in you and in your life, and the therapies themselves, it can cause a mind shift in the life of the clients, a turning point, to experience that it's important, that it's working, that their own vitality or everything according to health is based on their own vitality, on their own lifestyle, to empower the people to become aware of that they are the ones who are which their own resources and vitality, with the quality of thoughts, quality of feelings, they can change their own lives, and out of this also the life for the people around them they are responsible for. So this kind of empowerment. The next slide, please. So I have, yes. And the important thing is the things are working. Why they are working? Because business, economy, academic, healthcare, and the insurance is working together. These synergies are important. Out of a commitment. The next slide, please. And this is just an impression of some of our teams. To the left, the medical center team. To the right, the integrative therapy team. The pictures behind the group is a work. It's a result of a workshop, because we take care for our employees, for our staff members to be active, to do art by themselves. And the next slide, but the most important thing, of course, the most important team member are our children, our clients, the people who need the services. so far. And now I would like to ask, let's see, the next point, excuse me. Yes, now we will start with the panel. Oh. Mboma, please.
So I will moderate because the moderator has moderated himself. So what will happen is, those guys come, just speak for 5 minutes. You know, I've tried to change, and Andreas mentioned change 16 times in his presentation, but I tried to change him, I didn't change. So I'll moderate them. So you can have a seat. Mboma, just come and make 5 minutes, and then we'll do justice to time.
Can you put my presentation? Yeah, I will. I just show the GM. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go a little bit faster because he's saying 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll show. Yeah, that's okay. Good morning, brothers and sisters. Yeah, next slide. I think this conference shows us that although we are talking about medicines, health, but we need many approaches to this subject. And I remember in 2020, when we were in lockdown in Congo, during COVID, people were not looking for medicines, but people were going to look for food, herbs, fruit, plants that are known to help with health. So I think sometimes we have been mistaken or misled to thinking why in Africa people were not keen in looking for vaccines, or let's call them actually gene therapy, because those are not vaccines. Why people were hesitant? Because most people, especially from where I come from, people didn't believe that that was the solution. And for them, the solution was in those fruits, in those herbs, in those plants, in those roots. But since we had this idea of thinking there was one fit-all solution, and then people were trying to find out why there was this resistance. I mean, calling resistance to vaccines and all. So we found that there was not one way of solving the problem. And here this morning, we see that, yesterday we spent time on medicines, and today we look at this food as part of the solution to health problem. And we know that for the World Health Organization, the main threat to health is not medicines, but is nutrition. Malnutrition is actually the most important, the most single important threat to our world health. So it's important we take care of our nutrition. And I'm just looking at an article yesterday. Please, we move again. Yeah, we go forward. Yeah, this article was just published on Monday by the Journal of the American Medical Association. And it's a follow-up study for almost 36-year period. And with a cohort of 75,230 women and 44,085 men. And we see the main results of that study. That changes in diet, in dietary patterns, does really affect health. And we see the outcome here. And then when we look at Africa, we see this problem of malnutrition. We move, please. Yeah. And we see, or there is something Father Charles was talking about yesterday, quoting Pope Francis, that we must not prepare for the future, but we have to prepare the future. And the future for us are children. And we see that up to 45 child mortality in Africa is related to undernutrition. And this is, and we can find here, this is the global panel on food systems and nutrition, show all the impact of that situation. When we have stunted children, when we have problem with impaired cognitive development in children, what are the consequences? We can see them there. We can move, please. And we see in terms of health cost and to the GDP of countries, especially these 4 countries in Africa, it's in millions of US dollars, the cost of malnutrition. We can move on. So we see this situation in our countries, which affect children, and actually, it doesn't paint a rosy picture for the future that we want to prepare. So there is really need. We can move on. Yeah, we can move. So we need these policies, which are not just about today, but for preparing tomorrow, preparing a better future. And this, one of the policy action is about investing in agriculture. We can see here on the left side that when we support agriculture, we reduce almost by 25% the rate of stunted children. So it's something really important when we invest in agriculture, in food. And I've put there, based on global panel on food systems and nutrition, a few, especially 4 main policy subjects. And for example, food production, and we should adapt it to the needs. What are really the needs of the people? Yeah, he's here with me, but he came to, and I'll conclude by a very vivid example, because in Congo we have started a school, a primary school, where children are learning how to produce food. So they are part of really of the food system. They learn from early age how chicken are fed, how plants are watered, and they learn that, and then they participate, they know where their food comes from, and then they can be better citizens tomorrow. Thank you very much.
So what will happen when you see me standing and coming next to you is not that I'm filled with compassion. It's that I'm trying to tell you to stop talking. The only thing we don't have is time, isn't it? I know there are nice ideas. Agenda is big, but we will have to manage time. Father Pierre, are you ready? I'm now moderating because I'm under pressure. Father Pierre, you ready? Who'd come next then? But he has not navigated.
No, I mean, tell him just maybe you feel frustrated. We had a meeting.
Huh? Yes, you ready? Okay. Because the problem I have to control your movement. Okay, thank you very much. I will try to speak something about medicinal plant. I'm a Jesuit father from Congo, and I do some research in organic chemistry. This is just the first thing, is just to show you that since the beginning of this world, you find that people, they use herbs, natural products to cure themselves. And the interesting thing is, we go to China, India, Egypt, everywhere. Even here in Rwanda, you find how people, they cure themselves using natural products. And when you go to the Bible, I like this. These verses is Ezekiel 47:12. When you say, and their fruit will be good to eat, and the leaves, liphupa, this is in Hebrew, medicinal, telling us that this aspect is very important. Can you move, please? And we know people are saying about in Africa, we are using maybe many medicine coming from outside. But when you look here, from 1981 to 2016, natural products are the one leading the new drugs. Vaccines, look, vaccines, only 7%. And in Africa, go. In Africa, we have many plants. We have many plants we don't know. I would like to just give you an example of this medicine called quinine or quinines, found maybe in Latin America by Jesuits. This was called Jesuit bark. And for more than 200 years, Jesuits, they are the one controlling the economy of the world, because they were the one taking this plant from Latin America to Europe. Why Europe? Because malaria is not an African thing. The word malaria itself, it's malaria. It's an Italian word, concept. Rome was the capital of malaria. And the Jesuits were the one and starting all these pharmaceutical things. We move. Look, in Africa, we have all these, 20% diseases. But in the same time, we have here a lot of plant biodiversity. We don't know. So I hate you have to focus maybe to find out in our nature what we have is very important. Let's move. Traditional medicine. Yeah, we know about traditional medicine. It's very important how they put together not only physical, mental, and social imbalance. I was happy to see something happening here in Rwanda. Please go ahead. In Rwanda, there's something interesting. It's about Uburonzi. I don't know if I pronounce very well. They published something in 2021. How they managed to deal with this problem and poisoning. This is a fact. If you don't know how to deal with it, you go to the modern medicine, you die. So how do you do with this? It's very important. We go. Integrative medicine, we have said that many countries people are using. So the aspect is maybe global. How to think how to integrate medicinal, plant in the way where we deal with our diseases. We move, please. In Europe, many countries, they use already, like in France, Canada, Belgium, they use this medicine. Why not in Africa? Maybe because of communication. There's a lack of communication between traditional healers and modern doctors. They think that maybe they are more powerful than others. But when you have incurable diseases, you end up going to the traditional healers. Help me, please, because it's not working there. We move, please. So in China, in Asia, where I live in Japan, like you find that they are including, students, they have to learn traditional medicine in their curriculum. They have to talk, to know how they are doing it, so that it will be easier to communicate with others. In Africa, sometimes, I know in many countries like Ghana, Nigeria, Rwanda here also, they are trying to do, they go to incorporate this system already so that we will be easier to deal with our diseases. We move, please. Please. Move again. Yes, in Africa, we have people working, I mean, like Professor Chibale in South Africa. These are doing synthetic organic chemistry. I like this guy, he's a very powerful chemist. And they are trying to do synthetic organic chemistry. So for synthetic organic chemistry, you can spend 20 years just to find one molecule, 20 years. But in a plant, you have thousands of molecules in 1 second. Move, please. Yeah, he's a very great, a powerful man. But you can spend 20 years without just trying to synthesize this, and maybe it's not effective. We move, please. Plant 1,000 in 1 second. You can have 1,000 of molecules. The example I want to give, this plant here, a flower. I found one day a dog eating the root. The root, I went and identified that this plant is used in Burkina Faso against hypertension. I tried to identify compounds. The interesting things, I found some, like this one, umuramvumbolite, umuramvumba. In Rwanda, I know, coming from a plant, malaria. And I found that my plant contained the same molecules. We move. And the pharmacology is very interesting. Anti-cancer, anti-cancer, interesting. We move, please, I have no time. Because I'm looking for him, Okay, so these are very important molecule called alpha pyrons, and they are in umuravumba and in my plant. So why is it possible to make tea or, I don't know, foods so that we can eat for the bomboma, prevent diseases? We move, please. Can we move? And we tried in Tokyo, we could find this antioxidant activity. It's very important. So we need in Africa facilities where we can, as African, do this so that we tell to the world, this plant contains this, this is the property. No one can come and say that is wrong because we are publishing in high level. We go. Please move. In Congo, the same plant is used already for cosmetic. And we found that these two plants are the same thing. So it's possible also to make cosmetics. Haiti, are you ready? I'm here, so I'm happy to be with you. If you like. Let's move. To finish, my professor in Tokyo, just working, one day he talked to me. This molecule, cyanopraquin, is found in this food. One day he said, Pierre, I know that in your country there people are dying for trypanosomias. But in this food, there's one molecule that we did this total synthesis, published in UK. Why we want to try something? This is a food. You know that. We eat. So it's possible to know. When you don't know, you die. We go, please. About policy now, we know that there's a lack between the government and our system. We need to talk to our government, how they can change the system, and to be confident to ourselves, not to always think that people outside are the one giving us medicine, to learn from what we have in our nature. Thank you very much.
So, thank you so much. Now I would like to ask Dr. Silke to continue from the German University Witten-Herdecke, Integrative Health and Medicine. Please introduce yourself.
So, as we are waiting for the slides, Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear sisters, dear brothers, I'm very happy and it's a great pleasure for me to be in your wonderful country and share one thoughts of our work with you. Now let's have a look, next slide please, at the institute to which I belong as a researcher and pediatrician. So here you can see the Witten-Herdecke University. Since its founding in 1982, Witten-Herdecke University has played a pioneering role in the German educational landscape. As a model university with now 3,000 students in the fields of health, psychology, business, philosophy, politics and society, the university stands for reform of the classic alma mater. The model study program offers early patient contact for the medical students, and in this respect it is more or less a revised version of the regular course of study. Already in the first semester, already at the first week, the medical students go to the hospital once a week to learn the first basic examination on patients. And we also have a so-called STUFO, Studium Fundamentale, which means that students learn topics out of their profession for 1 day a week. For example, you want to become a dentist, and then 1 day a week you study philosophy or politics. So it's a very wide kind of education. At this university, imparting knowledge always goes hand in hand with value orientation and personal development. The Faculty of Health offers an additional qualification in integrative extended medicine. This integrative medical study program is unique nation and worldwide. The next slide, please. So here you can see our new building. And as you can, the slide before, please. And there you can see there's used a lot of wood. It is environmentally sensible. But of course, there's still space for the development of an architecture which has healing aspects in itself. We know by research that it plays an important role for healing in which room you are, for example, after a heart operation. If you have a view out of a window where you can look on green trees, you will have a quicker healing and a shorter stay in hospital than if you look at a grey concrete wall. So there's really a lot of concern if we build, for example, new schools, new factories, new university. And nowadays, should it be from the beginning with sustainability in mind. Please, next slide. I myself work in the field of medicine and pedagogy. I'm a researcher and school doctor, which means I go to schools and kindergartens and visit the children where they are educated. And we know by science that there is a deep connection between health and the way of living, the relationships, the education, and a healthy, holistic surrounding. One example of a new kind, so-called new school-related disorder called ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, which is also upcoming in Rwanda. You can please show the next slide. So school is one important factor on child's health. And there is the fact that a child is visiting a school, and on the other hand, the fact that the relationship context in which a child is learning is very important. Next slide, please. Especially for the diagnosis of ADHD, you can see here a mind map which we created that lead to diagnosis of ADHD, which is often wrong done in Germany and in Western countries. So we can go deeper on this topic, maybe another congress. Please, the next slide. In preparation for this congress, we looked in Germany, what are some differences between Germany and Rwanda? And of course, infant mortality is a shocking difference. The mortality, and there is no doubt that this has to be, that this in Rwanda has to be stopped. Next slide, please. And we also heard about the chronic malnutrition in Rwanda, which has to be stopped. Next slide, please. And we also find this surprising data for children in Rwanda and Germany in comparison. And here we see that the prevalence of overweight is also rising in Rwanda. Next slide, please. So this depends on which kind of group you're looking, on which kind of population you're looking for your research. So in regard to healthy diet, it is also very important not to do the mistake to adapt only the Western food. Do not trust the promises of the modern world's advertising, we could say, to our parents, and help parents to understand that not everything which comes from the West is really healthy for children. Next slide, please. And let me just shortly remark that a disease-free Africa means the extinction of infectious diseases, but there are also the so-called chronic diseases, where we often do not know why a child gets them. And for both kinds of diseases, we can have the question, why does this one single child in this surrounding where it lives, in this age, with its physical body and with concerns and conditions, get ill? And why does another child not get ill? And what role do self-healing forces play? And how can we self-healing forces support in a kind of individual medicine? So here you can see a sample of factors that have influencing forces also into epigenetic settings. The environment, clean water, air, no smoking and so on, the emotional health, the kind which you belong to religion, spirituality, if you do meditation, and as we know of the Harvard Mastery of Stress study, it plays an important role that you have good relationships in early childhood, because this is a good predictor for long life heart health. So my part is to show you some aspects of our work in preventive medicine in regard to children's health. And many of our projects have been founded in think tanks, which we call Future of Childhood, with experts from different backgrounds. And we would have to look at the issue of a country from the children's point of view. They are our future. Maybe there should even be people who increasingly live in urban environments that changes their lifestyle habits. They move less, are no more in nature, and get unhealthy food more easily. The pandemic has contributed significantly to this in recent years through lockdowns. In Germany, we have the situation that children suffered so much from the lockdown that the government has asked the children for forgiveness and said they would never do that again with a virus that is relatively harmless for healthy children. The risk for obesity and secondary diseases are increasing, and it is important to prepare child health professionals in Rwanda well for these new threats, to respond to the new challenges and to implement prevention measures early. There's also a high increase of digitalization in childhood and early childhood, which we never saw before. And we know there's evidence about the relation between screen time and health effects and developmental delay. Next slide, please. So, for example, the time children spend with screens, and this is, the younger a child is, the more important, has effect on behavioral and attachment problems, socio-emotional developmental delay, delayed language development, learning difficulties, fine and gross motor problems, myopia, overweight, unhealthy nutrition and lack of movement, less creativity, sleeping problems, attention deficits, and of course there is the danger of getting addicted to screens. As we know, the pandemic came together with a spiritual crisis. There is another upcoming problem by the screen use of the mothers, especially with little children or babies. Next slide, please. We call this phubbing, and it's first so-called in America. It means that the mother is suddenly absorbed and thrown out of the bonding relationship. It is shown in the so-called still phase experiment. So we can say for each step that we do in digitalization, we have to do 3 or more steps in humanization. And in asking ourselves, what does a new technology mean for our children? So we in Germany started to create several projects on this theme. Next slide, please. One is so-called media fasting. I know that in Rwanda, the first question is how to get equal access to digitalization for children and young people from the point of education. But it's really important to make sure that it is balanced from the very beginning, to support families to create a good balance between real and digital life. We have created the project Media Fasting, and we could show in research and several publications with a large trial within 1,500 families that it makes a real great difference in recreational screen time and in time the families have for spirituality. Next slide, please. Screen Free Till 3 is another of our projects. It is a cluster randomized interventional trial involving all children in Germany who are born in 2022. It is, so far we know, the worldwide biggest study on this topic, and there are 2,581 pediatricians who gave the screen advice to all their parents. It is an education program for mothers, parents to understand how important it is that their child first grows into all senses. And you can see the website, and if you are interested, you can get further information there. Next slide, please. Parents are educated about the importance of letting their child grow up screen-free, and that means active and passive screen time to at least at the age of 3. And here you see some more of the material used for that trial, newsletters for parents, for example. And on the next slide, you see the app, because we used a nationwide app for the parents, especially the mothers, to evaluate the effects. This study will be running for at least 4 years. So Screen Free Till 3 can be a model for research, and this is, I think, important for Rwanda. Whenever you bring a new thing into childhood, which means drugs or medicine, for example, have in mind that children are not only little adults. They have complete different needs and growth forces. And whenever you bring something very new into childhood, please do it with long-running RCTs. Do it hand in hand with research. When doing this, to become independent. I thank you very much.
So, Professor David, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for enabling me to be here, us to be here, to learn so much in so little time. I'm going to try to go fast. So, next slide, please, and the next slide, please. Just picking up on the theme of integrative medicine, we're trying to bring the best of both worlds together. How many people actually disclose that they're using traditional or complementary or alternative medicine? Next slide, please. It's about a third. And the reasons for that is no inquiries, fear of rejection, unimportant for doctors. Doctors have no knowledge of CAM, lack of time, or assumption CAM is safe, or it's dangerous and you don't want to tell your doctor. That's a problem. We need to educate the doctors to ask these questions. If not, we have two parallel worlds that are going aside. Next slide, please. Next, please. And just to point out, a lot of people say there's no research behind complementary, alternative, or traditional medicines. 422,000 publications, rising fast. Next slide, please. If you look at Africa, there are 7,000 publications, about 5% where the word Africa is involved. Next slide, please. And 40,000 trials. Next. 40,000 clinical trials. Next slide, please. And many of you will know the Cochrane reviews, very important if I want to get information, systematic reviews, meta-analyses. Complementary and alternative medicine is, next slide please, is the seventh most frequently examined topic in the Cochrane reviews. 10% of all studies are examined here, and they belong to traditional complementary and alternative medicine. So it's an important part, and it is scientifically studied. Next slide, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. You can just see all the topics that are being studied. And, very important, the methodological quality of studies on complementary and integrative medicine are usually slightly higher because the people who study them have to make sure they do it very well, because they will also be often criticized. Next slide, please. Next slide. Safety, efficacy, drug-drug interaction, and many other topics are being studied here. Next slide. And I think it's very, very important for us to realize when we're trying to get access and speaking about access, is that access is a very broad term, and it means a relationship-centered, really looking at what the needs are and being conscious that not only exercise is important, but artistic activity has been shown to be just as important for health as exercise, which is why the WHO in the last couple of years has brought artistic activity and art therapy to the fore. Next slide, please. And more leading centers in the world are advising their patients with regard to integrative medicine, integrative therapies. Next slide, please. And the WHO has understood that and asked that research should be prioritized and supported to generate knowledge in this area. Next slide, please. And you can see that also in Africa, there are more and more institutes working on this topic. Next slide. And the investment is increasing steeply. Next slide, please. And we have a lot of handbooks, research strategies, etc. Next slide, please. The top countries investing in this are China and the USA, but many other countries are catching up. Next slide, please. And if we look at Africa, we heard yesterday, and it's probably right in many places, we heard Sister Antonia say 80% of people are using it. 4.6 to 94% of people are using traditional medicine in Africa. Next slide, please. And it's very important to find all the treasures that are hidden in this country. And next slide, please. Maybe many new Nobel Prizes can be developed out of alternative medicine, as we have already seen happening with Artemisia. And there is an African Traditional Medicine Day 2022, the 31st of August, which brings complementary and alternative, and especially traditional medicine to the fore. Next slide, please. 19 countries have established facilities for the local manufacture of herbal medicines, with a number of herbal medicines registered by national regulatory authorities in 14 countries, going from 22 years ago to 100 this year. And more than 45 herbal medicines now feature on national essential medicines lists. Ghana, I heard that in a conversation yesterday, already has 55 centers where the patients are asked, would you like to first consult traditional medicine or not? Please, next slide. We can go past this slide. As you heard, there are Nobel Prizes to be won in this area. Next slide, please. One of the themes we are working on is mistletoe therapy. We see many cellular effects, and now we are doing several phase 2, phase 3 trials. Next slide, please. And you can see that it does have effect on the mortality of patients with pancreatic cancer. Next slide, please. But at the same time, we are doing research on yoga, eurythmy, Tai Chi, a nationwide study at the moment on comparing Tai Chi and eurythmy as a prophylaxis for older people so that they don't fall, because if they fall, they land in the hospital, they often get a pneumonia, etc. Next slide, please. And it's supported by the government as a 5-year trial. Next slide. Now, I'm a pediatrician. I wonder, why has child mortality gone from about 40% to below 5% in the last 120 years in many countries. Next slide, please. Is it antibiotics? Is it vaccines? How are we dealing in a different way with fever? 120 years ago, people said, William also said, humanity has but 3 great enemies: fever, famine, and war. And of these, by far the greatest, by far the most terrible, is fever. So let's have a look at that. How are we dealing with fever? Next slide, please. I asked, are vaccines accountable for the decrease in child mortality? Yes, but only to a very small effect. Here you can see in Holland, mortality contribution of measles was 4% in 1903. By the time the vaccine appeared, it was down to below 0.1%. So the major decrease was something else. And that was the way we were dealing with the children, psychologically, nutritionally, etc. Next slide, please. And the same for diphtheria. You can see how the war severely increased the mortality of diphtheria and how it decreased again before the vaccines came. Next slide, please. And the same with rubeola. Next slide, please. So that brings me to the question, obviously, we have a natural ability to deal with a lot of things. How do we support this natural ability and only have a small part to have to leave over to the pharmaceutical industry and to biochemistry? How can we bring that all together in a One Health context? And this is one little experiment I would like to share with you. Mice are usually kept at this temperature we have here in the laboratory. If they are infected with an agent that promotes fever, they would normally huddle together to keep each other warm. If they are prevented by doing so, we will see what happens. Or if we put half of them in a room with 35 degrees, we will see what happens. So next slide, please. The ones who were kept at 23 degrees developed no fever. They could not afford to develop a fever because it costs energy, and that was too much. The ones who were kept at 35.5 degrees went up with their own body temperature to 39 or 40 degrees. They developed fever. They could afford it. You can only afford to develop fever if you're not too stressed and the environment is warm enough. And all animals develop fever if they have an infection because it's an evolutionary, meaningful process to fight bacteria and viruses. Why? Because our immune system functions 100 times better when our body is at 39 to 40 degrees than at 37 degrees. It's the same with our motor system. That's why we warm up. That's why cricket players have quicker balls in the summer than in the winter. Next slide, please. Those who developed fever survived in 50% of the cases when they're infected. Those who did strategy 2, no fever, all died. Next slide, please. And this was not because the bacteria they were infected with is sensitive to the temperature. Many bacteria and viruses are sensitive to temperature and can't produce well at febrile temperatures. This bacteria can, Klebsiella pneumonia, as we can see on the left in the laboratory. But in the body, it doesn't when you have fever because the immune system is preventing it from doing so. Next slide, please. So, next slide. And the clinical trials that actually randomize lowering the temperature and not lowering the temperature show an advantage to not lowering the temperature. Next slide, please. And of course, we fear when we don't lower the temperature, we feel febrile seizures, right? I was talking to several of the nurses yesterday and this morning, or people who work directly in the hospitals. In Africa and in Germany and many countries, it was still the doctors, please give fever-suppressing medicines to prevent febrile seizures. Well, 3 randomized controlled trials and 1 Cochrane review has shown you cannot prevent febrile seizures by giving paracetamol or ibuprofen. So we can spare the children of this yo-yo and actually help them to go through the fever in a way that they don't feel too ill. Next slide, please. And I'm coming to an end. This is, I'm responsible in Germany for the national guidelines on fever management in child and youth. And the literature shows quite clearly we do not need to suppress the fever. We do not need to give ibuprofen or paracetamol. We do not need to cool the children. A lot of hospitals do tepid sponging. We do not need all that. We just need to make sure the child feels safe in a good relationship and can go through the fever in a good way. And that is a natural antibiotic and a natural antiviral medication. And we can then see how much antibiotics we then still need. So that saves a lot of antibiotics. Here you can see our project, feverapp.de, and contact us if you would like us to support you on that area. And that kind of closes the circle back to what you were saying with regard to promoting our own resources. Thank you very much.
So, there's no time for the panel discussion, but I have a strategy. The strategy is, I could easily summarize what these people are trying to talk about. They have gone to an area that is still not very popular, isn't it? Yet is where the solution is. Policy environment that is not conducive to it. So my ask to you is that, Haiti is not here for ideas. Haiti here is for action. So this group may need further to set up a work group to start looking for how they can develop policies, and through Haiti, we'll lobby them and champion them to transform and be able to bring to birth alternative medicine. So I don't know whether you commit to that. You form a work group just like you're in that track. Then you work on those policies. We can start with a country that may actually become the first adopters. Then we start working with that, because not all countries will agree. I've been seeing people sitting in AU trying to pass something for 54 countries, and they don't pass. We just start with the countries that want to take it up, and we start moving slowly. Then we show them baseline, like you're using data now to prove that that is the case. And I think we can move from there. Then I'll give Father to make his comment.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much I just want to emphasize why we are handling this topic, and really emphasize it. 2 reasons. Number one, another piece of wisdom from the Pope, when he wrote Laudato Si, he said the problem we are facing is not one. It's a multiple crises which are interrelated. So he coined this term called integral ecology. All is related. And that's what we've listened to: a medicine, plant medicine person, food person, and conventional medical doctors, and each one of them were trying to show us that there's a connection. Yeah, so I just wanted to stress that, and that our approach will be integral ecology. Integral ecology theoretically, but also in practice. And what we have tried to show us, which we'll also see in the afternoon, look at economics, is that we have continued in Africa to teach wrong medicine and wrong economics. And we're happy to do that. So when we talk about change, it's deep. And I like what you're doing in research, and Pierre as well, and everyone. And under 1 minute, a testimony. I lived with this man for 3 years in the same formation house. And we had him, he's a food scientist. Even at that time, was already an expert in food. And he was showing us how to eat and the benefits of food and exercise and all of what you are talking about. We didn't take it very seriously. I was diagnosed with diabetes. I didn't even know I had it. And hypertension. I didn't tell you, but I kept asking him, what about this? What about that? And I went to a doctor who didn't act as a rational person, as economics teaches. This doctor is still there, Ajay. Those of you who know Ajay in Kenya, he treats a lot of religious. He would take 2 hours with a patient. He's a private practitioner, but he will waste, entre guillemets, he will waste time with a patient. And I remember his words. He told me, you know, Charlie, you can keep your life in my hands or you can take it out. If you keep it in my hands, I'll prescribe. If you take certain measures, you take your life out of my hands and you bid fair to medicines. I followed his advice, and I see another microbiologist who is She was Swedish, but she supports this kind of thinking. And she asked me about my life, what to do. And she said one thing. I told her I am a priest. She said, you are a priest, so you pray? I said, yes. And she said, you are mind, soul, and, as we put it, mind, spirit, and body. Feed your spirit, feed your body, feed your mind. I followed the advice. I prayed, fed my mind with good things, and my body. It's more than 10 years. I've never taken diabetes medicine. I've never taken hypertension medicine. And I was checked. When I was in Spain, my superior, I told my superior my problems, and he kept me checked by the doctor. And one day, the doctor checked everything thoroughly, and she asked me, Father, what have you been doing? I said, just this and that. And she just told me, keep at it and forget about the medicine. It's more than 12 years. So this is true. So I'm personally involved. So when Fred says about this is something I want to take as an apostle, and I'll take it seriously, and together we can create a healthy Africa through integrative approaches. Huh? Thank you.
So I just want to commit that Haiti wants to take this segment seriously. What I'm asking you to set up that group. You see the track that you had. Keep it intact. Then we want to see how we can engage from policy level, because it's about scale. It's about everybody getting to buy in this. Move with it. I don't want to give my testimony, but I'll tell Father mine, because now I think we have something similar. I have not yet had the courage to tell you what I would say. But if there's time, I'll tell you before the end of the day, if there's time. So I want to make the following announcement, Andreas. Will you be able to head that, let's say the consort, if you can call it that, track, to come up with what kind of these policies you need? How will you face it? And Haiti will help you champion them. And then we shall also tell you how we shall work around it. Is that okay? Yeah, can you just take time to thank your team?
So, thank you very much. I know we took a lot of time, but I think it's a very big subject, and this is not done in some minutes. But, however, thank you for your patience, for your interest, and you can see that the things have to be done usually. We have a lot of knowledge, and now to bring this together, public and private, is something which is really needed to become a kind of dynamic and sustainability, to make it clear that there are a lot of resources to take care for a more healthy world and people, and that the One Health subject, the One Health reality, we have to consider this very much to be successful and to deal with all the challenges which are coming up and to create the future.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so now we go for an interesting session, and that session is a tea break. It's going to be more interesting than yesterday, because I'm going to give you something that you were never given yesterday. This is that you'll have to take only 15 minutes break, not 30 minutes, and I will allow you to carry tea and snacks back. I'm sure no one told you that yesterday, is it? Is that not an interesting way to do things? That you have my permission and Father's permission to come with your tea and snacks and enjoy it here. So extended tea break, but not a mental break. So we are, it is now 10:37. After 15 minutes, that will be what? 10:52. Can we be back by 10:52? I'm giving you an incentive. Carry your tea, snacks, anything. Come. The only thing I can't give you waiters inside here, but you can carry. Would that be fair enough? So take the break. When we come back, we shall be able to begin another session. Thank you, and enjoy.
Show the over the zero. One is over. She will show the zero. Yeah. You have my number. You don't.
You have never given me. No.
I have yours, but I tried calling it yesterday. It was not working.
Because we are together.
Oh yeah.
Ready for me a form of our group.
And we didn't receive the document. Did you send it? No. Not yet.
I want to print. Actually, that's
Yeah, just print, actually print.
I want to print some
We can read on it. Yeah.
No, you're signing before you
Different, huh? Don't bring out.
Yes, that's right. Oh my gosh.
Two of them here actually. Okay. Two great sisters.
Yeah, yeah.
Have been tasked to
So yeah,
at least
it's an interesting
know your
connection.
if we could make
So you also did microbiology?
No, I didn't do microbiology.
David, they want to know, like you talked about fever. If you know a list of fevers that are common,
Fevers that are common, conditions that are related to
fever,
fevers.
yes, yeah, because he is interested in studies about
Okay.
fever.
You finished at
And then he can maybe talk to you and
Okay.
Maybe
Just
when
to
we
talk,
are engaging,
yeah.
we should be
So you would have
considering.
been with people like the late Jude.
There's another medical
Jude,
doctor, don't worry,
medical-
there too.
So it's good, then she can bring us.
There's
We are
another
right,
one.
because I know her, she's a doctor.
There's another
Yes,
doctor
yes, if you can
from
get,
from Ghana.
because there's one from Zambia,
in
you can get
Nigeria,
one from Zambia, and of course from Kenya, because I was in countries.
Chemical.
Yeah, and then there's another medical doctor from Father. And Father is a medical doctor as well. The one who celebrated Mass in the morning.
Okay, the pharmacist. Yeah, that's when I can bring her.
Okay.
Link up together, then we can from
Yeah, so let
Ghana.
me ask her what's the best, and then we can come.
Maybe last year when we're eating, we look for a table.
Yes.
Excellent. It's a packed day.
Kuna kwanga
10 minutes.
tunanyamaza tunanyamaza tu anajua uko hapo ofisini pale.
Then you went to
Okay, for sure. She's still studying again. Okwaro is
Very
pushing.
brave.
Yes. But thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
I'll tell Maureen and
See
you.
you. Please do.
Take a picture.
Sure.
Because Professor Gola calls himself Chief Execution, I would want the CEO to be Community Embedded Officer. I will try. I will try. Yeah, but you can say that. Oh, embedded.
Execution embedded. All right.
Not execution, community embedded.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Okay.
Because it's risky to try to know. Let's just try to spread ourselves. You meet them. If I finish with them earlier, I can go meet you here. What are the implications? But let me meet them because I want to know that. I want to go over here together. My sisters, just to find a way of identifying how we are going to work on this side like that. And I'm sure in the social media that the Jesuits, you can see people together. And now when we go to Nairobi, we now just come action.
So, and we are going to attend
No, let's start with where we are familiar and where we have already network, low lying fruits.
Yeah.
passion with what? Huh? With your apple. The apple juice. You meet that one. You want you meeting of people from each country. Oh, himself. Mm-hmm. You organize. Okay. Doctors wants to know what type of fevers do you have in different countries. Fever. The fever in China. They came to me and said, "Oh, me, I want to Can you go and enter me?" Even himself, he said, "Me, I want to work." So I'm just organizing the people I want to do. Okay, break time. I mean, lunch. Okay. Okay. The deviation is much better.
I'm going to push
No
everybody.
time.
I was pushing until Father came to tell me, don't push very hard now.
Yeah, but only time is limited. But the presentations are very rich, you know?
Yeah, they are very rich.
You're going to get it now.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hello, hello. May I get your attention, please? We are 5 minutes late from the time we had set. And I want us to move to the next session. So I would like to call upon Father Ernest. Father Ernest, just take your seat there. Take your seat. Take your seat, Father Ernest. Dr. Robert Karanja. Dr. Edem. John Paul Omolo. Francis Umutesi. Take your seat. Take your seat. No, you take your seat. You follow my instructions now. Huh? No, I know what I'm going to be a super moderator. So, Mr. Umutesi is here. Okay, so this is very important session. This is prayer number 2 of day 2. It's about the cutting-edge innovation in healthcare delivery in Africa through precision medicine. First of all, this also was strategically identified because of the fact that we are realizing that mostly medicines are being produced, but they are not being produced targeting Africa. So here they want to be precision medicine to target Africa, but it's also a solution that will be able to be offered to the world over. The more they succeed, we're also going to solve the global problem, because also, you know, disease has no boundaries. Are you together? So this is what will happen. This session is moderated by Father Ernest, and I would like to give Father Ernest time, just like 5 minutes, not 5 minutes, actually 1 minute to introduce his team.
Yes, thank you, and good morning, everyone. As he said, my name is Ernest Njembere. I am a Jesuit, I am a priest, and I am Rwandese. On this panel, we are with 3 people who are going to expose what they think about the precision medicine, meaning the medicine which comes to resolve the specific problems that we have in Africa. John Paul Omoro He is a public health professional and health policy analyst with vast experience in health systems strengthening and health policy advocacy. John Paul has extensive expertise in health policy formulation, monitoring and evaluation, health systems strengthening, and program management. Okay. Good. Next to him, we do have a presenter who presented already yesterday. Is from Ghana. And I think yesterday he gave us a promise that he will expand on what he said yesterday, exactly going to the precision medicine. And the third presenter of this morning is not new as well. As yesterday also we listened to his wisdom. He will continue and he will expand on what he told us yesterday. And his name is Dr. Robert Karanja from Kenya. He's a co-founder and chief innovation officer at Virigro Africa. Now, Dr. Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, I think he starts. Okay. No, that's fine.
I'll start. Yes, please.
You're standing where?
Whichever way you prefer. You tell me. I'm okay. I'm okay either way. Just get the slide up. I think that's fine. Let's not. Yeah. So as I've been reminded, yesterday I made a promise to touch on a bit of the precision medicine stuff as it relates to REVNA. So what I'm going to try to do in this session is go very quickly through some prepared slides. I know I have 10 minutes and I'm going to stick to that. But because this session is about precision medicine, I'm going to talk about that and then use one case study from what REVNA is doing to show how asking certain questions can lead to certain solutions, and then we go from there. So yeah, that's the bio. It's in the booklet. We can all read that. Skip this, please. So very briefly, yesterday you saw a video, you saw the REVNA facility and all of it. And I believe one of the questions that people are asking, so what is REVNA and the like. So think of REVNA as a research entity that offers advanced diagnostics. That's it. Two things, research and diagnostics. And our goal is not just to treat, and that's why the research part is important. It's actually to treat those that can be treated now, but then importantly looking ahead to intercept those conditions that can be intercepted or prevented. So it's that dual role or dual focus kind of approach. And we use the diagnostics because, as I explained yesterday, as patients funnel through a system that is actively paying attention to the molecular basis of disease, you then have your targets identified as you provide those diagnostic services. So for us, diagnostic services is actually the starting point to the research. It's how we pay attention to what are the targets that are important to our population. And then the other component of all of this, and the question that people keep asking is why the multidisciplinary approach? Well, the fact is, from a drug development perspective, where we look at it from, there are a lot of institutional voids as to why we're not having some of these clinical trials happening on the continent the way they happen elsewhere. And the REVNA facility is set up to allow us to play in that clinical research space as well. And that is why we have the multidisciplinary approach and the biobank as well. Let's skip. So let's skip this one. Skip. Let's go to the next one, please. Yes. So I think we talked about this yesterday, that we have a medicines issue. On the next slide, the comment that we also want to point out is that we have a medicines issue, we have a diagnostics issue, and then on the third slide, we have a genomics issue. Now, here's what precision medicine high level is. Skip to the next one, please. Okay, let's start from here. So about 20 years ago, there was this groundbreaking event that happened where the human genome was sequenced. So at that point, we had a reference library of what the human genome looked like. The problem with the data set that we're currently using is that it's not fully representative of the global diversity that we have. And this isn't on a social construct basis. This is really from a scientific perspective. What has been known since then is this: the African continent has the greatest diversity in terms of human population, to the extent that if you take me, a Ghanaian, and any random person here, we all look very alike, and pick a Caucasian and an Asian, you'll be surprised to know that the Caucasian and Asian will be more genetically linked or closer than any two Africans. This has recently been proven, and I think Robert mentioned that yesterday as well in his presentation, where just a few patients or samples from across the African continent were sequenced, and through that, we're able to identify up to almost 10% more base pairs that hadn't been identified in that reference genome that we have. The point here is this: we have a blind spot globally, and it's not only an African issue, because, again, treatment is getting more targeted. What it means is that you need to understand the genetic basis of the disease to be able to treat it properly. Now, if you have a blind spot in your data set, then what assumptions are you making? What inferences can you make in that instance? And that is what this whole thing is about. And that is why, even from the industry perspective, everybody is asking the question, how do we run these studies in Africa? Next slide, please. Fortunately for us, well, two things. Fortunately for us, we now have the technology, a lot of new technology helping us. If you look on the graph there, between 2018 to date, you see how much more research in genomics has happened. A lot of these happen in European populations. If you look here, for Africa, we're less than 1%. In fact, if you include Africans and then African Americans, Afro-Caribbeans, we're still less than 1%. Now, from a statistical perspective, the continent with the most diversity is only represented 1%. And then you have Europeans at 96%. So you begin to see the problem, and it's not an Africa-only problem. The other thing is, everyone's going to be asking, whoa, if for the number of patients we have, or the samples in there, for Caucasians, we're literally pushing almost 4 million, and then for Africans or just any Afro-Caribbean background, we're looking at less than 150,000. When are we going to catch up? But it's not a catch-up issue if you take a step back and look at it this way. Because you're on a continent that has a lot more variability, your sample size requirement to begin to detect these differences won't have to be as much as what you would see in other, and loosely speaking, monolithic populations. So even though it's a bad situation, we actually have an ace, in the fact that the variability that we have would allow us to see some of these changes or these important cues sooner than we would have in other populations. And again, this is an opportunity that Africa has to advance this genomic side of things for everybody and not just us. So let's skip. So with this, we'll skip this because I think I've mentioned it. So this is basically where, from a Revna perspective, we're coming at it from. We're saying, how do we diagnose or help patients right now and still set ourselves up for tomorrow? That is the simple question. So we decided as a company that we were not going to, or we are not going to be running routine or diagnostics. We don't do that. So we won't do full blood counts and the like. And again, the reason for that is purely the fact that we want our services to be additive to what is available. We want to be solving problems, not being one of the existing. So I go right now, and again, I think we can skip this. Let's skip, okay, so we can hold on here. So for Revna, it's always been the two things. We're using diagnostics today to solve the problems that we have. But importantly as well, it's also establishing that relationship with the community, right? If you go into a community and say, give us samples or give us information that we need to use for research that may benefit your children, right? Versus, okay, let's help you figure out what's wrong with you today, and then in that process, give us the opportunity to use the insights thereof to solve problems tomorrow. I think the second approach resonates better, and especially if you consider the hesitancy that people have to research and all of it, it's that relationship building that is going to allow all of us to do this. If we don't have the community with us, none of this is going to happen. And as we do that from a scientific perspective, we're paying attention using data to understand the seasonality of things, but importantly, what our diseases look like as well. So let's skip. Okay, so yeah, skip this as well. Okay, so I just want to end here because I think my time is about wrapping up. But so from a Revna perspective, a couple of things. So yesterday you saw our labs. We have a total of 9 lab units in all. We're the first tertiary, we're the first private tertiary institution in Ghana. We're also the only ones that have a BSL level 3, and we have 2 of them, one for virology and one for bacteriology as well. And we did that because of certain specific peculiarities in Africa. We have infectious disease constantly with us. We have a growing need for oncology as well. So in setting up the lab, we wanted to be able to understand, especially in those two key areas, how we can help. Now, having those two level 3 labs allows us to be useful to the country and the region should the next or when the next pandemic arises, because you need those high-level containment labs to be able to play in that space. So that was the thinking at that time. But importantly as well, we also wanted to ensure that all the tests that we're offering locally are to the same standards that we currently being outsourced from the region. So in that process, we've introduced a set of cancer tests to Ghana, and I'm very delighted and in fact very proud to say that in the last 6 to 8 weeks of Revna's existence, we've just received authorization for the first 20 oncology markers in Ghana that currently are being outsourced. We've just gotten that through the Ghana FDA. Now, thank you. Now, the important part of that is that we ask the question, because everyone would tell you the regulatory path in Africa can be daunting, and it is. So when we decided to bring the test to Ghana, the first hurdle we had to overcome was the fact that you have to validate these tests locally. But the problem is there is no accredited biobank in Ghana. So where am I going to get characterized oncology samples from to do this? So we wrote to the FDA and said, in theory, this is not likely to happen because of the situation we find ourselves in. But then we also respectfully proposed a path. And they granted that path, and through that, we're just literally launching the very first molecular profiling clinical trial in the country and in the region. And hopefully, you know, by the end of this year, we'll be able to begin to show that based on known markers and unknown markers in the region, these are what the profiles look like. And that is how hopefully we can begin to show the benefits of precision medicine in terms of which treatments work for us better and the like. So I think I'm out of time. I'll stop here.
Thank you. Now let me call John Paul to come and present. Please be precise in 10 minutes. You can't talk about precision without being precise.
Thank you so much. I think I'll ask them to pull up my slide. Thank you so much. So I think when I was asked to speak about the precision medicine, I was also requested to really bring in the idea of where does manufacturing, which is the topic of these 2 days for Haiti, fits within the precision medicine conversation. So the first set of my presentation will be a bit repetitive with what Derek has just mentioned, because precision medicine is precision medicine. There's nothing. So I'll skip a few of those, some of those slides. And then the second part is just looking at some of the work that Path is already doing towards, doing things right. One of the key things that we've had from the first day is asking ourselves, how do we move from theory to action? And then how then do we do it right from the very onset? So some of the things that, and the call for action are looking at the things that we need to do, or the things we are calling heads of state, our decision makers and policy makers, to really start thinking and start doing now, so that as we are going into this manufacturing space, we start getting it right, as opposed to reinventing or redoing things as we move forward. So the first set of, just pull it up, was just talking about Path, and I think some of you might have heard about Path, but I think the most important thing about Path is that all our innovations, all our work is towards helping the most marginalized to really access the highest quality of care. And we do this through partnerships. We know that partnerships are really important, and anything that we would want to do, we have to do it with governments, because government is one of our biggest partners. Next slide. Next slide, please. So this is just a repetition, and just to mention that, of course, Derek has also mentioned, Africa has the widest genetic pool of within Africa. We have, that level of variance in terms of our genetic pool, and it is important that we really take advantage of that. And as we'll see in my next slide, is that once we take advantage of that, it is not only for the benefit of Africa, but for the benefit of the world. Because the more we understand how our genes behave, especially with the products that we are developing, it is important that it will be more important and more helpful for the rest of the world. And why are we where we are? I think there are two key things that I did that, and I think also was mentioned in the earlier slide, is one is that non-recognition of the appreciation of the power of genomics, especially, and precision medicine in the economic growth. The number of times people undergo adverse reactions following administration of any drugs, or adverse reaction following an immunization, the economic impact that comes with that, or any other, or even the fact that you might need to go for repeat tests or better treatment repeatedly has an economic impact to it. Secondly is the issue of our recurrent and competing priorities within the continent. We know that our healthcare sector always does a catch-up role, and we are more reactive than proactive. And because of that, we tend not to really focus a lot on precision medicine and support that, both in terms of our policy, and the way we plan and put in policies and implement them. And as such, it is very hard to create that linkage between the illness, genetics, and treatment, and the, the treatment solutions that come with it. Next slide. So where does the investment then lies? When we are looking at the potential of precision medicine in the clinical data. And one thing that we have known, and it was mentioned, that a lot of the time we don't own our own data. Right now, I think when we were having some conversation yesterday, that the hardest thing to come about is that data. And even those who have those data, when you ask for them, they give it to you in piecemeal. So we need to start looking at how then do we start owning our genetic data? How can our governments put in resources to really tap, set up data repositories for our genetics, and even then can use that as a resource for financing our healthcare system, because that data is very expensive if our African governments are able to start owning that. Next slide. I have about 5 minutes. Next slide. So Africa must really invest in genomics, and I think I want just to go to the last point here, that we cannot talk about precision medicine if we don't talk about precision production. Because at the very onset, because the world is going towards precision medicine, it means at the end, or where we are heading to, some of the products that we are currently using might be rendered redundant or out of use, because more and more of those precise products that are really getting into the market will have to face out those other outdated products. So we really need to start looking at how then do we engage our decision makers at this particular point to work so that we can be able, what was yesterday mentioned, I think it was quadruple helix, where the decision makers sit with the manufacturers, with the researchers, so that by the time we are doing the research, the R&D for precision medicine, we are also thinking about that production. Let's go on. So here, I wanted to look at now the manufacturing, which is technically some of the things that we have started calling out for our decision makers to start thinking about when we are talking about production, and production that is championing and linking with precision medicine. Next slide. So some of the principles that we really want, and we are pushing, and we are engaging a lot of our decision makers as we are thinking about manufacturing in support of precision medicine, is that one, investment must be country-led and regionally supported. I think we need to shift this point where a lot of the time most of our investments are funded externally, and of course people will give you something, and a lot of the time they gain more than you do. So how then do we change that narrative? We must make sure that our continents and our countries, we have more domestic finances, more domestic investment for production, as opposed to, even though we can start with external funding, but that we need to tilt that so that we get more funding from our domestic resources. Secondly is that we must have effective technology co-creation. I know we've been talking about tech transfer, but tech transfer means someone has thought about something somewhere and brings this to you, and then you work with them alongside. We need to move from tech transfer to technology co-creation in a way that is more beneficial for this continent. We understand that we are doing a catch-up within the technology space, and it is important that now moving forward, things need to be done with us, not done for us and then with us later. And then the third thing is funders, industry, and technical assistant provider must coordinate. I think we've talked about coordination over and over. Next slide. We have needs to get our investments to increase towards equitable access. And I think one of the biggest things that we must do is a lot of the time investment would be increasing, but with that comes inequity that is also increasing. So we must also have that humane approach towards the investment. And those investments must also look at who is most affected and how can those most affected equally enjoy that benefit that comes with the investment. So even as we're thinking about the investment, we must ensure that equity is at the center of that. Then multiple sides should be supported. I think a lot of the times we have had newer things come. Somebody mentioned that, when the new investors from the West came, like Moderna's and Pfizer, they got better benefits, more tax incentives, and better incentives than our locals. And therefore, it is important that we also look at our current sites and really support them. Of course, the ecosystem enablers and critical network parts should be prioritized for investments. And lastly, that policy issues that could impede success must be addressed. This, I think, have been mentioned in the previous session, that policy is a very key thing. A lot of the time, we must look at the policy. But again, when policies don't exist, we need to be able to craft that pathway that enables the policy to support the new thinking and the new innovations. I think that should be the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So without further ado, let me invite Dr. Karanja as well.
Thank you. So I think I have the benefit of coming last, and so I really am grateful to both John Paul and to Derek for making my life a lot easier. Let's go to the next slide. So what I'll do is I'll basically talk a little bit about Build Grow Africa, what we do, and why it's important, and then come to the conversation about the precision medicine in terms of what we're doing. So yeah, just go on to the next. Yep. So, is that correct?
Maybe this one.
That's not the right
yesterday.
one. That's yesterday's presentation. Yeah. 1 second.
Which one is this? This one?
It's presentation 2. No, it's not the one.
This one?
No. That's yesterday's. Okay. Yes, I sent it to Esther and she forwarded it. What do you mean? Oh my goodness. Okay. Small mix-up. Are you able to? That's a type C. Just pull from this. This is type C.
Can you send it to my email?
What's your email? Apologies, we have the wrong slides. So just 1 minute. We set that up and just proceed. And once they come online, we can have the benefit of the visual aids. There was a time we used to learn without this stuff. So nowadays we act like without slides we can't talk, isn't it? So briefly, who is Vilgro Africa? What do we do? And why is it important in this particular context? Yesterday we kept talking about this idea of the quadruple helix, or how do you build a knowledge economy? It has this assumption that, yes, we are doing great in science, but at some point it also needs to start interfacing with the business world. And also it also needs to start interfacing with the financial sector, because you need to mobilize capital to fund new ideas, to develop ideas into technologies, to commoditize them, to launch them into the market. And that requires a capacity to have those three languages at the same time. So when you talk to somebody like Derek, there are those who would listen to him and think, wow, what an amazing scientist, because he is an amazing scientist. But when you're sitting with venture capital, they don't care about the science. They want to understand what's your financial model, what's your investment thesis, how are you going to make money for me? So he needs to take the science and package it into the language for investors. He also needs to be able to operate like any other business, and that's why he talks about his pain points with the regulators, because now, as a private sector player, he's now been regulated. He needs to be able to understand, how do I set up a company? How do I file my taxes on time? How do I run a team under him? So HR, management, bookkeeping, you name it. So which school do we go to learn all of these things? In a university you can, but there's no one degree. So, and so what happens is we have incubators and accelerators, or innovation hubs, that are able to bring the various kind of support that you need for different kind of things, and help you to package your idea in a way that allows you to move forward. And so as Vilgro Africa, we've been at it for the last 8 years, but to truth be told, we started much earlier, I think 20 years ago in India. And so what I've done is to basically take a model that has been quite successful in the developing world context and bring it to Africa with a focus on health and life sciences. And a bit of who we are: we've supported over 50 companies. We deploy catalytic capital. We don't do a lot of money, anything from $10,000 to about $100,000. And some of the success stories, I think one that resonates strongly with our agenda here is on Hewa Tele, where they were operating as a non-profit, funded to set up a pilot production capacity within a hospital, and we were able to help them to convert to a for-profit model, de-risked them to the point they were able to attract venture capital, and now they're scaling across Kenya and also into as far as Somalia. And believe you me, this has saved a lot of lives during the current COVID pandemic that we are still trying to get rid of. Next slide, please. This is just to say, when you do a good job, sometimes people notice you. So we were really surprised when we were nominated by Prix Galien, USA. For those who don't know, Prix Galien is like the equivalent of the Nobel Prize within the biotech industry. And somehow or other, they learned about us, and we found ourselves being invited to their gala event. We didn't win, so this was just posing for the camera. You know, the Salt Bay with the World Cup. So that's us. That's my CEO and co-founder, Wilfred. Next. But basically, how do we support innovators like Derek when they come to us? So we typically look at what stage of development are you at. So there are those who are actually developing the product. So we're talking about precision medicine, talking about drugs, vaccines. So they have a proof of concept. They've done the work in the lab. If it's Pierre, he has gotten that active compound in the lab. The question is, how do you transform this into a drug? So we provide quite an array of support. Value proposition validation. Is there a market? How do you start to deal with IP issues? How do you bring in capital, whether it's grant or not? How do you start attracting human talent, C-level talent to support you, and also investment readiness support? And as you move from pre-product to starting to ask, how do we launch the product in the market, we change up the game. So we stop focusing a lot more on the technology de-risking. We start thinking more about how do you do quick experiments to validate the business model, the go-to-market strategy that we're developing with you. And then as you are able to establish your beachhead in your first market and you start thinking about scaling, again, we switch up our game a little bit more and start understanding how do you now penetrate other markets. Next slide. So I was going to talk about the capacity for R&D, and specifically in East Africa, because we've done a lot of work in East Africa. And all I was going to say is that you've heard the story before. We've managed to double our scientific output. And the question I ask is, what is this scientific output? If you look at it based on the disciplines of publication, number one, immunology. Isn't that amazing? Next. Yes. And this is a paper that we published last year together in partnership with Duke University. And what they were basically being able to show, I think it's the very first publication that actually looks at building a knowledge-driven pharmaceutical industry in a developing world context. And we were able to show two things distinctly. Number one, that it costs some money. In the case of Kenya, it would be about 1.5 billion. But what can that 1.5 billion do? And we're looking at just 5 diseases, all of them infectious, obviously. If we were to look at Kenya, we barely break even. We don't have a domestic market that is worth this effort. But if you look at Kenya and COMESA, you start to realize really significant social impact, but also a significant economic return. And to me, this is a critical thing I was trying to bring out yesterday when I said we need to move from nationalistic tendencies to regional or RAC block. Next slide, please. So Derek and everybody's talked about this. Next one. And the question is, why do you want to do this now? This is the amazing thing. When I was working as a scientist in the labs, the only capacity I had, and I actually did a bit of vaccine work for my master's and my PhD in Cambridge, we didn't have a lot of capacity for the drug vaccine discovery work. But when you talk about translational research, it kind of exists. We know how to move you from first in human studies all the way to the end, doing market surveillance. And so we're quite strong on the transitional. Now, what we're looking to do is to establish a regional bioescalator. And I talked about that. And of course, it comes with the biobank and the genomics platform. But look at what's happening on the green side down here. We've had a lot of development, as Derek showed, a lot of research talking about genomics, the precision medicine work that we can now leverage. And some of this is actually open access. So there's nothing that prevents us from going in and just jumping into the deep end to start discovering, to do drug and vaccine discovery. The second thing is what's happening here in Kigali and in Nairobi when the biopharma industry is beginning to come in and set up operations. Even if it's fill and finish, it starts to transform the landscape. Because what these people want to do is not to have all the experiments on their balance sheet. They'd rather outsource the early stage of drugs, vaccine discovery to startups. So that way, their main job is to keep their shareholders happy, but they want to keep options in terms of the innovations happening. And I have to stop. 1 minute, thank you.
He has 1 minute.
Last one. And so what will the bioescalator look like? So we want to be able to, of course, set up the similar infrastructure you've seen in Accra with a biobank, with a deep genomics platform, put out a call, if possible, once or twice a year that allows our best scientists with the best ideas across East Africa come and access this lab, access the facility. And the lab also has a venture studio in it. So it's not just science, it also speaks to the commercialization process and helping them to package it into startups that can now be part of the global value chain of drug vaccine discovery and biopharma industry. With, again, as I said, leveraging the existence of our academia, but also leveraging the existence of the Modernas and the BioNTechs. And next slide. And that's how we intend to do it. So hopefully, at this point, we're actually setting up the labs. So it's a matter of operationalization within this past quarter, getting the ISO certifications, because we need to speak a lot to quality. We also want to build capacity for clinical trials. Again, Derek has talked about the importance of this. Data, platform integration. As Vilgro, we've invested in a lot of startups that have strong digital health innovations, bringing this into genomics. And then lastly, being able to build capacity within the region for the ethics and the regulatory, because biopharma is a bit different from small compound, and we still need to build capacity.
Thank you, Karanja. Now, thank you very much. May I invite you to come and take a seat, please? And then we are going to go to the session of question and answers. Question, comments, seeking for clarification. Sister Professor, you don't have a question. I'm giving you an opportunity.
I think it's the presentations are together very rich.
Yes.
And I'm really trying to digest them. It looks like a lot of information, very useful information that have been sent to us. I'm not sure if I have a question. I think it's more of a comment. Maybe it will turn into a question, I don't know. I'll start with Revna. And I think Revna's presentation is well integrated with that of John Paul. Yeah. And it comes in with Vilgro. It's Vilgro Africa. Yeah. I'm not sure how, I didn't even know about the existence of such, advancement in our world, our part of the world. And I'm interested in the genome bank, because gradually this is going to help us come up with information that will guide us come up with medicines that are useful, that can cure our diseases. How can Haiti link up closely with you for you to benefit us? I mean, how far can you scale up? I mean, how widely can you scale up? I'm not just looking at Ghana, because currently you're in Ghana. Let's start with West Africa. May start with Ghana, then to West Africa. Maybe are we looking at maybe specializing in that aspect of production? And there's this value chain. You start with yours. To what extent can Haiti come in and tap into your resource to achieve its goal?
Thank you so much. And that's a very loaded question, because I can see from multiple dimensions. Because from a startup's perspective, money is always a big thing for any startup, so there is that. But in fact, Haiti has already started doing stuff, because Robert and I have been speaking for roughly 2 months now, and we just had a eureka moment when he finished his presentation. A question I was asking is, why can't we use the Revna lab as an incubator lab? We have 9 lab units. If Vilgro, discovers a startup in West Africa, say Ghana or whatever, why can't they be co-located in the Revna lab? So this is one of the things that Haiti is doing. But importantly, from a regulatory perspective, for us, for me, on this side of the spectrum, is that policy change, right? Everything that we need to work, be it reagents, equipment, consumables, we import. Unfortunately for us, with everything that comes through the ports of Ghana, there's a double-digit value of tax on it, irrespective of where it's going. So from a business perspective, that ends up with the patient. And I think it's time for us to have a voice and draw attention to some of these things, because it makes the price unnecessarily expensive for the patient, but even for a startup. Because if I'm in Ghana and I spend $100,000 on an equipment that my colleague in Europe is buying, and then it gets to me, and at the port of entry, I have to pay 20% more. That's 20% more that the equipment cost me than my counterpart in Europe. So right there, we're not even on the same playing field, because my cost it's not proportionate. So these are some of the things that I think, we could benefit with if we can get that support, the voice as well, to be able to put attention to some of these things.
Yes, thank you so much, sister, for that question. I think for me, one of the things around genomics and an area that I think, not that I think, that I know we have not really taken advantage of is showing the value proposition for genomics. Do you know how much a single genome would cost, the data of a single person? And then when you link it with its clinical data, a single data would cost more than $1,000. So how much would that be if Haiti would first work with governments to show the value proposition for genomics and why it is important to store this information in a way that governments can make money with it as a way of resource generation or generating funding for the nations, and as well using this information because soon enough all pharmaceutical industries will be looking for this data, and if we sleep on the job, they will generate this data. They will have their parallel data repository somewhere, and this genome bank will not be ours. We will be begging for it. So it is important that Haiti can start supporting African governments to own this genome bank and be able to make money out of it, not in any bad way, but I mean it could be used as a way of generating resources for the countries. Thank you.
Nothing to add. Okay.
So for the Boma, we have a question here. Oh, I took the mic. Ask the questions together, then you answer. Yes, okay. Ask.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Shema Fabrice. I'm a CEO of a company called Africa Medical Supplier. The question goes to Jean-Paul when he says we need to advocate for localization of local manufacturing in Africa, which I totally agree. But if you look on the bigger scale, asking ourselves, are we ready? In some perspective, we have knowledge, we have know-how, people has willingness, but also when it comes to Africa, there is a very important point I need to emphasize. It's a political stability. So nobody will come invest $100 million to a country where in the past 10 years we have war after war, poverty, bad leadership or dictatorship, if I can call it that way. And for him it's risky. Although we should have good policies in place, incentives in place, but asking ourselves why we don't have investors who are willing to come. Although we go into research, we have our own genomics lab, it's just a kind of food of thought. Maybe you will correct me if I'm wrong. There is one country, Ethiopia, almost 10 years back, what they tried to pull, how they tried to call investors to come and invest heavily in pharmaceuticals industry. Only one thing. They put a policy saying that whatever we manufacture locally, even though it's 20 to 25% higher, the priority of the government will be to purchase that local manufacturing company. When we advocate, is it a way, when you ask government, we need to start something. We're never going to defeat China and India in the next 50 years to come. But our own resources, people will come, those investors will come with their manufacturing and start building manufacturing locally. So it's something you think can work? Well, maybe we can advocate for. Thank you.
Let's just be brief to the point on the question so that they can answer, then we move to the next session.
Okay. Thank you for all your presentations. I think you are pushing us ahead, and with your innovation and especially precision medicine. And my question is, don't you have some reservations or fear about that? Because this can be a double-edged sword, actually. Because genomics won't only show strength, it can also show vulnerabilities, and which can be, I would say, exploited to the disadvantage of those you want to help. What are the measures would you put in place, for example, to mitigate those kind of fears? Thank you.
Yeah, so you guys answer the question and we close.
Okay, I'll take the easy one and leave the very difficult one to the rest. So, thank you so much for your question. Are we ready? I think I would want to answer this in two ways. And the first thing is something that I've been discussing with my senior, Dr. Gerald, that there's no better time to start than yesterday. Today is okay. Tomorrow is late. We cannot wait to be ready to start. We were ready. And I think it is important that Africa recognizes that we've left our story to be told so many times by others, and the story has been, we don't have capacity, you are not ready. At some particular point, we were not even allowed to prescribe and start using ARVs because the question was, we do not know how to look at time, we don't know how to keep a time, we do not know how to prescribe. I hope those in the medical field remember that. So if we have to start producing and manufacturing medical products, the time to start was yesterday. And if you ask me, yes, we are ready. With the capacities we have it. Why would Derek go and start learning all these things in the US? He is part of the African population, and we have the capacities like him and myself and everybody else. So when we are asking about, are we ready? Yes. And I think you had the point it around the political instability. I think of the 55 member countries, less than 10% have the instability. The others have more stability. And therefore, we can start with that. And again, we mentioned yesterday that we don't have to have manufacturing industry in every other country. We need to have a strong business case where we are leveraging on each other's comparative advantage and able to produce what the neighbor is not producing. And here, neighbor can be the neighbor in West Africa while we are producing in the Southern Africa. The thing around this story is that we must start telling our story our way. And one thing that I know China has done very well is by telling their story. US did it 100 years ago, where they were faking it until they got it. I'm not saying we fake it until we make it, but we have to start from some point, learn from those mistakes, and walk that journey. And this is the time. Advanced market commitment. Yesterday, I talked about the work we currently are doing around working with heads of state and government to be able to be one of the demand or procurers of the local products. If you were keen in November, Gavi gave a statement around working and committing 30% of all the vaccines that they are producing, that they are procuring, that will be procured from Africa. But that is just a drop in the ocean. We are demanding for more. So we want the multilaterals to procure from locals, and we want our governments to be the first ones to procure that. I know countries are also putting more incentives where they are able to do markups from and level of percentage for products that they're going to buy from our local industry. And I think that is a perfect way of strengthening local production and creating sustainability within the spirit of advanced market commitment. I think I'll leave my colleagues to answer the others. Thanks.
Thank you, JP. I think the first question has been adequately answered, so we'll move on to the second question of genomics. And I think the fear we're talking about here is what in the industry we typically describe or term as eugenics, where and I get that, but so let me just share a quick anecdote here. So on my last J&J assignment, I was a study responsible scientist for an oncology program in lung cancer specifically. And this was a global study. So it's open to countries around. So 25 countries we were recruiting from. Not one was in an African country. And again, it wasn't because J&J didn't want to come. It was because we didn't even have the baseline data to show that those patients are even available. That was the first point. And then other institutional voids. So those are some of the things that led me to start asking certain questions. Now you're developing a compound for 25 people from around the world, but your continent isn't part. What does that tell you? If down the line somebody like me ends up in that situation, we don't even have the data to treat the person. So the fear there is we either get involved because that's where medicine is going. And yesterday, I think JP mentioned that therapy is moving from the traditional, you take a chemical composition of something and then everybody takes 2 tablets 3 times a day kind of a thing. It's now getting very personalized, which is where the precision medicine is coming from. So if we don't have access to what our baseline is, then we're going to miss out on all of these new interventions that come. The other thing as well to also understand is, as you look now, the difference or the distinction between diagnosis and treatment is getting blurred, because you have what we call companion diagnostics coming in now, where we can use those to determine how treatment is faring or who would fare well, and then can use the same kind of tools to also determine how well you're doing. Okay, so invariably we have to be in that space, and that is the more reason why we have to be there. Because if you leave it to other people, or if you leave it to a few people, then it becomes a problem. But if all of us are actively educated and actively involved, then it's safer for all of us.
Give them the 3 factorial, eh? You don't know how to do factorial. So this is the first group to keep time. Now, the group that is coming, we even will cut some their time, because we have seen it is possible to finish 2 minutes earlier. So want the next group to finish 15 minutes earlier. So Dr. Karen, come forward with your team. We have brought your session forward because there's a team from the US who will be joining online. And I don't know that they are still asleep or something. We are trying to find a solution. So Dr. Karen, please come forward. Dr. Karen is not just a moderator. Dr. Karen is one of the board of trustees of Haiti. Please come forward. In her team, we have Daniel Ogola. Please, Dan. Daniel Ogola is the real name for the ID, but the name that is trending is Dan. Then I have Dr. Chiteba. Please, Dr. Chiteba. And I have Mwansa Chalo. Please come forward. He's in health logistics. And of course, the man so far, no one has given me different data. The most traveled man. Come forward.
Olivier. There could be somebody travel longer, we don't know, but the evidence I have is Olivier so far. So I'll introduce the panel, then you moderate. I know the reason. So,
some information you don't have. Morning, team. Sometimes it's good to help people relax a bit, and that's why I've given him time to relax. So we have a very powerful panelist that are very key on timekeeping. Sister Karen, a medical officer, general practitioner in Kenya, and a member of the Assumption Sisters of Nairobi and Association of Sisterhoods of Kenya. We are going to have a very brief conversation around supply chain and logistics from the gender imbalanced panel that is before us, but that's how we are going to work with it. So supply chain, as we know, is the backbone of the global trade. And as we are thinking of Africa and not isolated country, it's very key for us, supply chain and logistics. So we'll be looking at networks that include transportation, warehousing, inventory management, and many other innovations that they're going to bring on board. So before us, we have the trending name, Mr. Daniel Ogola, who is a community embedded officer of Matibabu Foundation. Yesterday we had our CEO telling us that he's an executioner, but here we have a community embedded officer. That already helps us understand where we are going to move our discussion to. We want to work with the community and reach out to the community. So Mr. Daniel, if you could just raise your hand so that the team can see you. A 1 factorial for him. 1. Thank you. Mr. Bwalia Chiteba is a health informatics expert. So we are going to see how we can be able to link this, and I'll request Mr. Bwalia to be able to raise his hand as well. 1 factorial clap for him. And on his right, we have Dr. Mwansa Chalo, who is handling Dunia Health Logistic. Dunia is the world, so it's quite huge logistic company. So he's going to also address us. Dr. Mwansa, if you can raise your hand. He's actually smiling, so just give him a smile. Don't clap. And in the last and the farthest travel, I think, to this conference is Dr. Olivier. Dr. Olivier, most welcome. And you can also give them a smile. He's handling drone logistics, so he's also going to give us a brief conversation around that. Dr. Olivier, did you raise your hand? Oh yeah, 1 factorial for him as well. So this is the panel that you are going to handle, and without wasting more time, we will ask the panelists to get back, and we will leave Mr. Daniel to be able to start us off. And our timekeeper is right over there, and we can use our eyes to just link up with her so that we know if you have 5 minutes and if our time is up. So thank you very much, panelists. Mr. Ogola. And the one dealing with the presentation, please pull it out and then we can move with it quickly.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dan Ogola from Matibabu Foundation. Matibabu is a Swahili word for treatment. And of course, treatment is not limited to a disease, but it takes care of body, soul, and mind. And as a preamble, community is made up of families, and community makes region, and region makes a nation makes a world. And so everything starts with family, community, and that's where I'm coming from. So that's Matibabu Hospital, and in terms of training, I'm a student of healthcare management, currently doing PhD in Strathmore University. I did my MBA healthcare in Strathmore University, and I did BCom Management Science, Strathmore University. So I'm a product of Strathmore University. As it were, without knowing the problem, you will not get the answer. So the first thing is, I think what you're showing is not the right thing. No. The last one. The first page. Anyway, I'll do with this. So, so the first thing is that it must be very clear about the problem if at all you want to find the solution. And what I'm trying to bring to us is that there's the renewing of public health care in Africa, and particularly we are talking about supply chain management and logistics. I think for the purposes of people in healthcare, let us call it healthcare supply chain management. And yeah, it's fine. And the question, the problem that is in that area is meeting on-time delivery of essential medicine. No, it's mixed up. Anyway, I will, for the purposes of time, I'll just handle. Yeah, so the problem is meeting on-time delivery of essential medicines, and that is a matter of reliability. And it brings forth other challenges, some of which are that because patient will not get the essential medicine due to stock out, they end up getting the alternatives, which include what some presenters yesterday talked of, the substandard and falsified medicine, and that has other impact like contributing to resistance. Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. Yeah. It was supposed to start there. Yeah, so when we are doing kind of fishbone analysis, you realize that the main problem here is unreliability of supplier or chain links, but the fins of that fish is one, lack of consolidation at the provider level, policy issues related to regulatory, lack of coordination and cooperation between supply chain streams. We are looking at upstream and downstream, fragmented and inconsistent operations, and other participants and high degree of individualization. Simply put from my professor was inefficiencies, all summarized. Let's go to the next slide. So we have just found out that the problem is unreliability, and why is that important to us anyway? One would wonder. And you realize that I think this is the part that I mentioned. So these are the reasons why and reliability is important to us. Since I have made a mention of this, we can go to the next slide. Yeah, there was a mix-up. So Matibabu operates within Siaya County, which is one of the counties, one of the 47 counties in Kenya. And the population, I think there was a mix-up somewhere. But within that system, within Siaya County, we have a system of we have a community health system. And this is how it's broken down, that system. We have community health unit. We have the community health unit. They have, call it a job description. They cover a population of about 5,000 and households of about 1,000. And they also have what is called community health assistant. And all that data can be gotten from the Community Health Strategy 2020-2025. Go to the next one. That's about Siaya. Because of time, we have the public and we have the private. Go to the next. The health indicators for Siaya. The maternal mortality rate for 24,000 per 100,000. And people attending 4th A and C visit, 65.1%. Immunization coverage is about 98.4%. Go to the next. We have talked about the problem. We have talked about the fins in Ishikawa or the fishbone thing. Now, how do we go about dealing with this? And what Matibabu Foundation is doing is working with the county government to develop what we call PCN, or Primary Healthcare Network. And this is important in supply chain because we have challenges with strategic purchasing and with that, we can also gather information that would be useful to the community in the prevention of diseases. That is the layout of how a PCN, or a primary healthcare network, works. Go to the next. Those are the objectives of what we want to do with the county government. Next, please. What Matibabu Foundation is trying to do is not to reinvent the wheel. There are already policies that have been passed by the government, and very importantly, we are not here to supplant the government. We are here to work with the government. So there are already guiding principles for that, and there's a criteria that has been developed. Go to the next. Kindly go to the next. Go to the next because of time. Go to the next. That's Matibabu. Some people were wondering whether Matibabu is practicing conventional or traditional. Matibabu practices conventional medicine, sees 40,000 people per year, and has surgical intervention in partnership with Kaiser Permanente in California. So we appreciate the community works with people, with partners elsewhere. And for us, there's nothing called brain drainage. We have professors that were exported from the community to other places. They are members and integral part of Matibabu as a way of ensuring that there is brain gain. The setup of the setup of the PCN, or Primary Healthcare Network, you need to have a number of people, but towards now the solution, go to the next. Maybe before you go to the next, I know I'm rushing because of time. In community, go to the previous slide. Previous slide. Where there are girls, women with motorcycle. Yeah, as a community, we empower women and we help them know how to ride the motorcycles, and we work with them in the community medicine delivery, which is a unique way of empowering majority of people in the community by helping them have generate money by bringing people to the facility and also distributing drugs to those people suffering from NCD, largely hypertension, and have issues reaching the facility. Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. I may not talk a lot about this. The importance of strong PHC. Go to the next. Go to the next, please. Also the impact of PHC. Go to the next. Towards solving the problem related to healthcare supply chain issues, Matibabu is working with the government of Siaya to develop facility-managed revolve pharmacy, and also, as I mentioned before, community-based medication. We already have the wholesale pharmacy, we already have the hospital, we already have women in the community that are doing all this that we will be doing with the government. So it's not a startup. We are scaling up. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and sorry for the rush, but I think we have the gist of the presentation. Next, we are going to have health informatics experts, and we are going to have Dr. Bwalia Chiteba. As he comes, let's give him a shower of claps. Most welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think very quickly, the first thing is I want to demystify informatics. It's not a wonderful field. It's simply the application of information technology to a particular field. So health informatics is application of technology to health. You can apply it to education and everything else. So my background is really computer science. So I studied computer science from scratch to the very end. And I specialized in artificial intelligence and machine learning. I'm just saying that so that you think I'm intelligent. But back to the point, I think for us, the most important thing, and if we can go to the first slide. I've practiced informatics in health for the last 19 years. And for me, it's really about figuring this out. What story can we tell about an individual using data? What services did they receive? What services should they have received? What interventions did they get? And what could we have prevented them from getting? And so thinking about that, and when you look at a photo like this, if I only have 2 minutes, I'll only have this one slide. What do we see there? We see a lot of people sitting around a computer. That may be a nice thing, because for some of us, it means that they're trying to figure out what's happening. But for other people, it shows that there's some confusion. If you see there are 2 laptops there, we don't know what the other thing there is, but somehow it works. And there's a person pointing out things, and people are looking all over the place. It brings me to the point that we've been talking about so many things, whether we talk about testing, genomic sequencing, and everything. But all of these things sit in silos. And as long as we don't integrate this data together, we'll never tell that story about a person, and we'll never achieve the outcomes that we want for individuals. So when we talk about populations, we're talking about a lot of people. But all of those people start with an individual. If we can't achieve certain outcomes for an individual, we cannot tell a story for an entire population. And so everything that we talk about in terms of what we want to achieve with Aheti will really need to start with the individual. If we can tell a story about an individual, we can go anywhere and convince politicians or whoever we need to about the fact that what we're trying to achieve as an intervention is something that works. So we can go to the next slide. And so because of that, I don't want to go through this. I just wanted to highlight how many things actually apply to the fact that we want the data that we need to tell that story. And so you've got legislation, leadership, and all of that. The rest of those are things that we get excited about as technology people. But very importantly is the fact that technology as it exists actually can resolve everything that we consider a problem. So we shouldn't feel too bad in thinking that we need to find new technologies to do things. We already know what we need to do, and we already have solutions that are everywhere. So one of the things that I actually want to emphasize on is the fact that sometimes we think that new technology equals innovation. Yet we need to think about it differently and tell ourselves that what we already discovered about what we can do and improving on that is what equals innovation. And so let's not feel bad that there's a certain place in another country where they're doing things better because of technology. Technology exists everywhere. And the solutions are already there. How do we apply them to what we are trying to achieve in order to call that innovation? Next. So there's a new concept that's really making its round, and it's called data modernization. So one of the issues is that if I look around the room, there are a lot of people writing. But once you write what you've written and you leave this conference, when are you ever going to look at that? Some of us will leave those documents here. So the important thing is, how do we move the next step in ensuring that whatever we've written gets documented, even though it wasn't our intention, okay? So data modernization is a concept that basically brings three key factors, which are indicated over there. Oops. Okay. So we need to integrate our data. So from everything that has come out of here, in the simplest terms, can somebody bring together all the presentations, synthesize them, and send to all of us? That's the only way we're going to remember what happened here. That's what we try to achieve with data integration. So there's stories, whether it's consumption data for logistics, drugs, patient care, human resources for health, and everything. Can we bring that together and bring a common picture to what exactly is happening? So that's the key with data integration. The next thing is our workforce. We have a lot of knowledge in people's minds, but all of that is restricted to what we learned at school. So like, for example, I will always talk about computer science because I learned it, but every day I push myself to think about the fact that the work that I do is only as important as the patient outcome. And when I think like that, it's no longer about computers. It's the human factor of the work that I do. If that outcome is not good, then I did nothing. And so that's a very important message that I always carry. Next, please. So I just had to squeeze this in for my ego. But this is the work that we've done in Zambia. So basically, this is our data integration model. We've accepted a number of facts. Number one, you can't computerize everything. Number two, people need to report. Number three, there's the issue of the data repository. which is where everything gets integrated. So basically what we've done is we've taken all of the systems that we have, paper and electronic, and what we do is we basically have linked everything into what we call a national data warehouse. And so the discussion around the repository is something that we are actually proud to say we've already done in our country. The big step that needs to happen is every practitioner, every care provider consistently doing this first part. So once you are able to record something, the technology can take over. The issue we have is that every practitioner feels good that when they make a diagnosis, it came from their head and what they saw, they don't need to write it down, and they'll do it all over again. Because of that, that patient will move from one site to another, and the next practitioner will have to do the same thing. So how can we make sure that we're moving with the patient and all the knowledge that we have follows them so that their healthcare is actually being followed longitudinally? That's the challenge we have. It's not the technology, it's our mindset. And so in Zambia, what we've done is we've made sure that the ones leading everything I've talked about are the clinicians themselves. Let them change their thinking. If they change their thinking when they talk to their peers, they'll be more convincing than me. And so that's one of the most important things we've done. Next slide, please. So when we develop technologies and systems, it's not about sort of achieving what we want to achieve. Concepts are easy to prove with technology. I can prove to you that this is a wireless mic. It doesn't take long. But what I've told you in terms of thinking, how will you tell it to somebody else? You have to make sure that whatever you implement is something that sustains. And in sustaining systems, we have two very important factors. Obviously, the technical factors are 5%, but the human factors are the bigger drive. So if we push ourselves to the point where we accept that technology is not replacing our thinking, but it's aiding our memory in terms of what we need to do, we're going to achieve a lot. And so long-term sustainability of whatever we do is the most important thing. That is why we don't reach for the clouds in order for us to show that we can, but we reach high enough so that whatever we're doing sustains across and benefits everyone around us. And so my final slide is this one. So remember I showed you those factors that contribute to successful health informatics, and they're still here. It will always come down to the middle one, governance. So in Zambia, what we did, we made sure we focused on leadership and governance, and it requires planning. Long-term planning, minimum 5 years. When you plan on it, make sure that there's policy that follows it so that everybody does it consistently. And then beyond that, make sure that you train everybody. So we call it viral training. You train one person who gets the message and trains everybody else. That is the only way we're going to succeed. Otherwise, we'll walk away from here and tell ourselves, these are brilliant ideas that we have, but if we do not go and deliberately train ourselves, deliberately create policies, deliberately create strategies for us to implement this, it will go nowhere. And so what we did in Zambia is made sure that we had a 5-year strategic plan, followed by an implementation plan, but also made sure that we had leadership from the government itself, from the Ministry of Technology, from the Smart Zambia Institute, which is basically a regulatory body for everything IT. They're the ones that have committed to what we're doing. And so my final message would be, let's not look for technology solutions and think that they are an end in themselves. Let us make sure that our planning follows it, that our commitment through policy also follows it. And that will make us deliver on everything that we want. The other final message is that I attended a meeting in Washington, D.C. 2 weeks ago, and WHO was presenting, and it was very interesting. They actually said the two key determinants of delivery of healthcare now have been pushed up, and it is bandwidth and connectivity. Before COVID, we thought it was ourselves until we couldn't move. And when we couldn't move, we found that we needed the internet, we needed to make sure we had bundles and everything else. And so let's keep evolving our thinking, and we will get there in terms of delivering on health informatics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. I think when we were standing here, two of us, you also got confused like the first slide. I hope you have gotten something from the health informatics and he's demystified it to our level. Next, we are going to handle Dunia Health, a logistic company. And I know he's very prompt and up in time, so we are going to put up his slides so that he can be able to start now.
Thank you very much. Let's quickly get started. So, the lady in the middle of the picture, her name is Margaret. I'm not sure if you can see, but she's a retired nurse in Kitwe and now works as a lecturer at one of the nursing schools in Kitwe, Zambia. Margaret, or Margarita as we call her, also happens to be my mother. So growing up, she's always been very enterprising, right? She once owned her own a private clinic, later on also owned her own private pharmacy. And for close to 10 years, as a family, we operated a pharmacy, which meant that everybody had to chip in. And as young as I was, I would hang around the pharmacy for the longest of time. But looking back, what has really struck me is how many people in the community depended on our pharmacy as the first point of contact with the healthcare system. A lot of them would come to our pharmacy and would mention the symptoms that they have to my mother and expecting her to prescribe what sort of drug they would need to take for that. And that's the system that we have in most communities in Africa. Most patients depend on pharmacies as the primary healthcare facility. So it is important for us to ensure that for the pharmacies, they begin to move from being product-centered to being more patient-centered. And those are the models we get to look at. But what are the big issues when it comes to retail pharmacy, right? You can go to the next slide. The World Health Organization estimates that more than half of Africa's population do not have access to medicine. That's close to 700 million people on the continent without access to medicines. But the worst statistic of all is that it's estimated that close to 3.5 million people annually die because they cannot access medicines. In the 21st century, I think this should be criminal, that we should have people lose their lives needlessly. And we think this is partly a logistic problem, mainly a logistic problem. Let's go to the next slide, okay? Yeah, so when you look at the problem of access, we think it's a three-pronged problem, right? The first part is availability. Are the products available for the patients? The second one is affordability. Can patients afford to purchase the medicines? And the third one is delivery integrity. So I'll just double click on that. Let's go to the next slide. When we talk about availability, we find that there's like 25% availability in public institutions for most of the medicines. And when you look at the statistics, in some African countries and for certain medication, it's as low as 15%. When you look at the retail side, most of the retail pharmacies have got about 35% stockouts, which means that for possibly 10 days in a month, they don't have the essential medicines that are required by the patients. Let's go to the next slide. Affordability is a big one, right? 60% of the price to patient of the medicines are usually logistic costs. 60%. What that basically means is that if we create efficient logistic systems, we're able to cut down on that cost, which is 60% of what the patients have to pay for the drugs. And usually in Africa, you find that 65% of the patients gets to purchase the medicine out of the pocket, which is very expensive. The third part that we get to look at is delivery integrity, right? What we found is that there's good regulation on the wholesale side of pharmaceuticals. For you to set up a wholesale warehouse, there's proper regulation. You need to tick probably 15, 20 boxes. Same applies for the retail pharmacies. For you to set up a retail pharmacy, you have to tick certain boxes. But the gap is in delivery. In between that, nobody's checking how medicine is being moved. And in the 30+ degrees Celsius heat in Africa, that would greatly reduce the efficacy of medicines if we don't look at that. And this is the problem we're trying to sort out. Our solution as Dunia is in we're trying to connect the wholesale pharmacies to the retail pharmacies. And we're trying to leverage technology to be able to do that. What we're doing is that we're building an application where retail pharmacies are able to order their stock online and even from the comfort of their pharmacies. And we would deliver to them for free. We have MOUs with a couple of wholesalers in Zambia that are trusted by the retail pharmacies. And we also have inventory management for all of this that they are able to procure using our system. And when they procure and make orders on our platform, we're able to deliver to them the products the same day. What this means is that they don't have to close shop for them to go and do their procurement. And we can, immediately that they run out of stock, we're able to replenish their pharmacies. And this sorts out the problem of availability. When we deliver the product to them for free, it reduces their costs of logistics, which they ultimately would have paid for themselves, and then later on transferred to the patients. The second phase is we're building an inventory system for all the retail pharmacies that we're currently partnering with. What we found is that for most of them, they use pen and paper to manage their pharmacies, which is greatly inefficient. And that is why we see that 35% stockouts that we currently have. With our system, they'll be able to manage their sales and do stock management as well. Let's go to the next one. The third phase for us is once we do all of this for the retail pharmacies and they get all of these benefits why they are more profitable now because they have reduced logistic costs, how do we pass on that benefit to the patients? What do we get to do to ensure that the patients themselves get that benefit of the efficient logistic system that we're building? We plan to build a discount card where the patients that have access to these retail pharmacies that are within our network would be able to get discounts on medicines. It's a bit like a loyalty card where they'll be able to go to these different pharmacies and get a discount. All because we have signed MOUs with these retail pharmacies that are benefiting from efficient systems that we have. The big question is, you're doing all of this for free. How do you make your money, right? Because that's how you become sustainable. I know a lot of people would ask that. So what we do is that we charge a commission to the wholesalers for every transaction done on our platform. The wholesalers have as much as 50% profit margins on medicines, believe it or not. And we are saying, look, we want to get some of that so that it's cheaper for the patients at the end of the day. So instead of charging the retail pharmacies, we're charging the wholesalers. And when we charge them, we're just eating a small percentage from their margins. And that's how we make our money. When you look at the market size for the pharmaceutical industry, it's as big as $85 billion in Africa. We can go to the next slide. For us, you get to see that McKinsey reports that the pharmaceutical industry in Africa is probably the biggest potential in Africa, because year on year it grows on average 6 to 8%. We have great potential for growth. But for us, because our pilot project is in Zambia, we're not just looking at Zambia alone, we're looking at the region itself. The people in geography say that we are a landlocked country, but we would rather see ourselves as a land-linked country. We have 8 borders that can be bridges for us to efficiently run logistics for pharmaceuticals in Africa. That's a big opportunity for us. 275 million people and a $4 billion industry. Next. Let me just quickly conclude. Our pilot phase, currently we're doing a fundraising of 100,000 to execute currently doing. Next again. That's me there, Mwansa Chalo. I'm an economist by profession, Mr. Smiley. And also is Piri, who is... yeah. Our big moonshot, just to conclude the last slide, please. Community pharmacies in Africa are the de facto first point of contact for most patients. Our mission is to ensure that every African has access to primary health care by helping community pharmacies run efficient, sustainable, and profitable ventures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dunia Health. And we give him a nod. Just nod your head for him. You don't know how to nod your heads? That's it. I want to see people nodding. Oh, thank you. And finally, we are going to have Dr. Olivier Defawe helping us to see how we can work with the supply chain and be able to ensure that our products reach the village. I know he has a lot. I might stand by you so that we cause confusion, but I'll give you time so that you can present. Most welcome.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm here, I'm standing between here and the lunch, so I know it's a hard situation to be, but I'm gonna be straight to the point. And hopefully this topic is exciting enough to keep you interested. So my name is Olivier Defawe, and I work for this international NGO called Village Reach, who for the last 22 years have been helping government in Africa improve the access of health products. And why is because the vision that we have is that anybody, no matter where they live, should have access to the health product that deserve to thrive. And so that's our vision. And so for the last 22 years, we've been working with governments, partners from academia, but also from the private sector, to co-develop solutions for helping test those solutions on the ground in the context that the needs is present, and help scale, sustain, and transition all those solutions to government or to the private sector as part of a public-private partnership. One of those solutions is the use of drone, unmanned aerial vehicle, to help bridge the gap between the access of health products in hard, remote facilities. I don't think you are well aware of in any country, even in the US, there are communities that are isolated. There are communities that are far away. There are communities that are, maybe it's too risky for the supply chain, the existing supply chain, the existing land-based transport to go through, or unreliable. You know, my colleague before just mentioned, unreliability is one of the key problems that results in stockout. Well, for the last 7 years, Village Reach has been looking at, can drone be used to improve the equitable access of healthcare products. And it's been a long, long, long journey. But today, there is a handful of players, maybe the one before, just, yeah, this one. There's a handful of partners, drone service provider, and government who has actually succeeded at using drone technology to bridge that gap. And this is here in Rwanda with a collaboration with Zipline, which is a drone service provider, Ghana, it's Madagascar, as well as Malawi and DR Congo. And in fact, DR Congo has the largest drone transport network bidirectional in the world. By bidirectional, I mean like you can distribute, but also pick up. 37,000 square kilometers. The Congolese should be really, really proud because it's been a long journey and it's been happening at scale for over 2 years now. Next slide. So the problem is equity, equitable access of healthcare. No matter, some countries have, like Malawi, have a decent road infrastructure. It's not a very large country, so it's decently easy to access any of the health facility, except during the rainy season. So some of those facilities are isolated for days, weeks, months at a time. That means that the people who need their drugs, who need care, cannot be taken care of by their health care workers in those facilities. And so for the last 2 years, the government has decided to invest into a public-private partnership to introduce drone as an additional mode of transportation, That's why you still have some regional warehouse, some district health facility, or even health facility way out there, that you still use the traditional mode of transportation, but in some case, the data, and now we have the evidence, a different mode of transportation add value, and that's the drone. And that's really the fit-for-purpose mode of transportation. It's the mindset that we are trying to the various countries where we work. Next slide, please. There are evidence now. 7, 8 years ago, there was no evidence. It was just a dream. Now there are evidence that drones actually have an impact on the health supply chain performance. Looking at stockout, looking at transport time, availability, and so on. So today, the question is not, can drone logistic help improve healthcare, the health supply chain, improve even when we use some health indicators, there are actually evidence that indirectly increasing the efficiency of the health supply chain has some benefits, the health benefits. Next slide. No, this one. So while drone is a mean of transportation, okay, so where we have Hello? Where we have evidence that there is a benefits on the supply chain, distribution of product. Is this working? Yeah. We also have data that shows that it also has an effect on the efficiency of the healthcare workers. For example, the healthcare worker don't have to go to the district level or the district provincial level to fetch products. So they spend more time doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is taking care of their community and not doing logistics. There's also, drone is agnostic to what you put in the drone. You can put vaccine, medicine, spare part of instruments, of cars, or whatever. So, before that, I'll tell you when to change.
This one?
Yes, the one after.
This one?
This one, yeah. So, it's also a mean of communication, paper-based or even digital. I can tell you, I myself have been stranded in an island 6 hours away. I was no cell reception. I was not able to tell my team that I was stuck, where we were communicating by drone. So we sent a drone back and forth with paper saying what was happening and what I needed and so on, because I was stranded 6 hours away by boat, but only 30 minutes via drone. It's also, we see that in all those countries that you saw that there is drone transport at scale, the community are starting to trust again the health system of the country. The communities are now demanding to be served and to use the medicine that are coming by drone, because they know that the quality of the vaccine, the quality of the product will be good, because 30 minutes ago it was in the warehouse. And so they know that those products are potent, are of good quality, and so on. Next slide. So, but there is challenges and risk that are associated with the technology itself, with the need to get all the authorization from civil aviation, authorization from importation, and so on. Acceptability by the health system, acceptability by the communities. And there is challenges with sustainability, financial sustainability. But we have now, Village Reach, over the last 7-8 years, with a lot of partners, with a lot of governments, have developed solution mitigation to face all those challenges. I want to spend 1 minute on the financial sustainability. The next slide. We now know that in any of the country where you are interested to integrate drone as an additional mode of transportation, that you must use a multi-sectorial market penetration strategy. The drone is not made for the public health. Yes, we want health outcome. Yes. But to enable the use of drone sustainably and to make it affordable, you have to think at the multi-sectorial utilization of the drone and using different costing strategy and costing structure, where you're going to be charging a mining company a different price that you would be charging a public health facility. And that margin that you're going to be having on the pricing that you use for the private sector, for example, you can use that to subsidize and lower the cost for your public health customer. So there is all those different pricing strategy now that we are helping implement, to make it sustainable, financially sustainable. Next slide. And so today I'm here and we are going to be discussing with many of you, what can we do together how can you benefit from that 8+ years of experience working with many drone service providers, many government, many countries around Africa? How can we help continue the integration of this additional mode of transportation in the health sector, public, private, in your countries? So we have a roadmap, we have tools, we have understanding of the cost, and so on, and we have different strategies that we want to offer Haiti and its partner, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the product that are going to be manufactured here in Africa, or the product that are coming in from elsewhere, are actually reaching the village, reaching the communities, because without that, we're not having the health outcome that we aspire for. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Olivier. I think you will not go far. All the panelists to come back on stage for Q&A. I think we've been able to digest the topic of discussion to a level that we hope that you can link with us. We've looked at the community, how we want to reach them. Some of us empowering women to ensure that they can carry these medications to the most needy. We have the pharmacist or the pharma world through Dunia and the app that they have produced to make it easy for us. And we've also demystified the health information systems, and we have realized that it can be confusing, but if when we coordinate, then we can be able to achieve a better outcome for our target population. So we are going to have maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience, and please feel free to raise up your hand. All right, I thought there were just going to be 1 or 2, but it seems I will request somebody to help me with the mic to move it around, and my panelists will be ready to respond to your questions. We'll start from the extreme end. The last table on the right. You are 2, so for equity purposes, we will give 1 and then move to the other table, and then we can come back if there's time. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Migambi Patrick. I'm working in RBC. My question goes to Dr. The name, sorry for the name, but I found it. Yeah, Dr. Boalia. Yes, we learned a lot during the COVID that using the information help really to improve the health outcome and also to follow people. My question goes for the data integration. You talk about Zambia experience. The integration using different systems, are you talking about the disaggregated data or you are talking about the individual data? For the disaggregated data, it seems like this can work easily, but when we come to the individual, I think which is the step we need currently to move forward and to have more information. It's really very difficult, and different countries are facing issues of personal identification number. I don't know about Zambia. If you did it, please tell us a little bit how did you overcome this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take around 3 questions and then we'll have the panelists respond and then we can pick the rest. So next, your neighbor is very kind. He's giving you the mic. Feel free to go ahead.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I have 3 questions. The first one is drone. Drone is a solution that we understand. But drone, I don't know if there is an improvement to fit the need in terms of volume, in terms of size, in terms of technology. I don't, I've seen development, but still to use for logistics, we really need more improvement. If there is a new development, could you please tell us? The second is about the app. You tell us about the price. I think I like the way the presentation about how you want to solve, you deliver products, but still you are charging 10%. I don't know if I get it right, which is expensive. You know, I'm a pharmacist, so I used to work in that, and the maximum, you know, in pharmacy, we use the retail price, and the retail price rate is 15 to 25%. If you take the 10%, what's remaining for the other, you know, in the market? So I just want to know that. There is informatics, I think, just very important. But you told about all things about leadership and management, and in all things that I hear in our countries in Africa, we always recognize leadership and governance. But the majority of the problem is leadership and governance. So we just put in the center, but it doesn't actually exist. We just, you know, put ourselves aside, but in reality, it doesn't exist. Can you say something about it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll say something about it after we get the next question from the middle table. Yeah, he's actually standing up, so just give him the mic.
Thank you. My question is to Dr. Chiteba, because we were asked a very tough question about how do we deal with the unintended consequences of genomics. And it kind of also applies to you. So I was hoping that you might have some wisdom or advice. How have you dealt with the issues of privacy, data ownership, and the unwillingness of health facilities to share?
Thank you very much. We'll take the last question and then we can have answers to your concerns. Thank you. Next, sister.
Yeah, thank you very much for very insightful presentations. I have two very simple questions. My first question goes to Mwanza. Yeah, I think you have a smart solution to a very complicated problem. And it's good that you said you're billing the wholesalers because they have a high markup. How do you ensure that they don't pass it on to the consumer? That's something they are very good at. My second question goes to Dr. Olivia about the drone system as part of logistics. I know drone is a very useful tool that is being used. Ghana is using it now, and it's able to reach about, send medicines to about 12 million people, something that was impossible previously. The problem, as you said, is the price. It's very expensive, so the sustainability of it is high. Ghana is currently paying more than 2 million a year to do this. So what I am wondering is there a way of coming up with a financing system so that we import most of our medicines? Can the pharmaceuticals be made to pay part of the distribution? Something very similar to the smart solution by Dunia. Can we get them to contribute to the costs of distributing these medicines to those in the remote areas? Thank you.
Thank you, sister. And because there's not so much question on the extreme end, we'll have maybe one. If you have any, table 1, 0, table 2, nothing, table 3. Okay, there's none, so we will get to our panelists to be able to respond. And because we've had quite a number for Dr. Chitebie, I think you will be the first one to go on health integration, but also your experience on privacy and what you can tell us.
Thank you very much. I hope I can address both questions with one answer. So one of the areas where we learned a lot about data was in the area of HIV. So in the early days of treatment, we basically were trying to fight stigma. And so in trying to do that, we were basically saying we need to hide the information about a patient's status. And so we had situations where you couldn't easily disclose a person's HIV status. And secondly, that could only be disclosed to a provider, and you providers would hide that information. We moved a step further from that when we were now doing things like PMTCT, where a woman is coming to access services, and we used to have a book, maternal and child health book, that they would come with and present, and they get their services. We ended up with an experience where certain women who did not want their status known would rip out the page that had their HIV status from that book. And so they present themselves and you wouldn't know what their status was. And because the most important thing was reporting, all we ever did was aggregate data, as you say. Now, what happens when you aggregate data is that you lose the story. You lose the person. And so, even though it's hard legislative-wise to make sure that you're protecting people's data, it is important that the data remains individual, especially like for those who are working in HIV, as we've reached a point where most countries are declaring that they're close to epidemic control. When you're very close to controlling an epidemic, it is important to now find the ones who are not getting the services. And to find them, you need to know them individually. If you're looking at viral load suppression, you need to know the individuals and their patterns of behavior that are leading to their adherence and hopefully resulting in their viral suppression. And so privacy is a difficult thing because you first of all ask yourself the question, if it's private, then who owns it? And the quickest answer is to say, the patient owns their data. However, the government is the custodian of that data for the benefit of the patient. And so once you answer your own questions like that, you now start to figure out, so how do we make sure that we protect this data in a way that we are not keeping it from the ones who need it to provide the care? That's number one. Number two, if the patient so chooses, because now patients are preferential. Before we used to say, go to this facility where you're initiated, that's where you get your services from. But now I can choose to go and get drugs from anywhere. So it's about availability. We're keeping it private, but how do we make sure that that data is available to benefit the owner? And so once you start thinking like that, like in Zambia, we've had very difficult discussions around privacy at the highest levels, but you always need to make sure that we're keeping consistent the fact that the entire data is what's important for longitudinal healthcare. I hope I've answered it.
Thank you very much. The issue of having leadership hanging somewhere yet is very key. I think we can follow up that at lunchtime. And for Dunia Health, they're looking at you very suspicious. Like this 10%, is it a markup transferred to the consumer, or how do you go about it?
Thank you very much. I think both questions are about that particular model. So it's quite, I think logistics in pharmaceuticals is one of the most complex, all right? And because of its complexity, that's why there are even huge markups within the industry itself. One of the first things that we looked at when we were doing the model for Dunia was we had a lot of conversations with the retail pharmacies. And one of the things that we had found was those that had chain retail pharmacies were able to bargain 10% discounts from the wholesalers because they were able to buy in bulk. Okay? So immediately we saw that. Okay, so there's a possibility, meaning that the wholesalers have factored a certain percentage that they're able to do away with, right? So can we use that percentage to create efficiency within the system that helps reduce logistic costs on the retail side, so that then that benefit can be passed on to the patients? Okay, so that's the model we were trying to look at. And from the wholesalers that we've had conversations with, and a lot of them are at MOU stage, they are agreeable to it, which means that they have the bigger markups on the other end. You know, there are very few of them that have had an issue with the 10%, and those that have negotiated it down would only negotiate it to something like 8%. you know. So which is still sustainable on our end. Because we have to strike the balance, right, between efficiency and equity. There's a bit of a trade-off there. We have to make sure that the solution is sustainable. But there was a bigger question that was asked by the sister around how do we ensure that it's not passed on, okay, to the patients. One of the things that we had found was there was a lot of information asymmetry within the industry, right? So if I'm a retail pharmacy and I need to buy paracetamol, for instance, right? They would go, they are not too sure what the market price is and which wholesale has the cheapest price for the paracetamol, right? So they go to the most accessible wholesale, which is probably the most expensive, right? But what we are doing is that we're creating, it's a marketplace, which means that we have probably 20 wholesalers listed. And within the application, you're able to just punch in paracetamol and we'll give you the price points for different wholesalers, right? And that creates immense competition amongst the wholesalers. And so once they know that there is now more efficient flow of information on the other end, we're hoping that will create the competitiveness that will give more cost-reflective prices on medicine. Yeah.
Thank you. I hope that answers your question. And finally, we are going to go to DROM. DROM, it seems people understand what DROM is and what it is up to do. But then the question that is key from the audience is there a possibility of having a financial or a funding towards reducing that cost of distribution? So maybe you can tell us something about that.
Thank you. Thank you. So two great questions, one about the volume and one about the price. For the first question, the gentleman over there, it's all about fit for purpose drone. So there are many needs. If your need is about last mile distribution, in now the 3, 4, 5 kilo, 5 liters of volume, you can transport a lot of amoxicillin, vaccine doses, and so on. If it's, the problem is to go from provincial district, make sure to go to the hardest to reach. If your problem is more the middle mile, so if you're thinking about 50 kilo, 100 kilo, those drones are coming, are starting to come every year, and I'm keeping track of all the different drone technology to be able to answer the question: can we? Do we have drone that can carry 100 kilo X volume? And we look at the supply chain and we're like, okay, what is the problem you're trying to address? So it's coming for the last mile delivery. There are a few options, and I can tell you that the problem is not the weight, is actually the volume. At least when you transport health product. In 5 kilo, how many? Like I said, how many do you think? How many thousands of pills of amoxicillin or whatever you're going to be able to put? And keep in mind also, it's not one drone that goes from point A to point B. You have a network of drones. You have many drones flying all day long, going left and right. And if you need more, it costs $1. Really, it's gonna cost less than $1 to send a drone from point A to point B, and add one more trip is gonna cost you $1 more in addition. So going to the price now. So the question was, can we involve the pharmaceutical company, the biotech and pharma company, into contributing to the price, to the distribution? We are having those discussions, and no later than a couple months ago, I was in a meeting called Pharma.Aereo, which is really around how can we involve exactly that question, the pharmaceutical company, all the way to the distribution. So the Merck and the J&J and the Pfizer, and for example, those big ones, we are having those discussions because there is an ethical responsibility to make sure that they are also involved with the distribution all the way to the patient. But in the meantime, we have now identified solutions, strategies like that multi-sectorial market penetration strategies that enable to bring those costs comparative to the land-based transport, the traditional land-based transport, motorcycle, boats, or whatever. But the drone brings additional value in terms of speed, predictability, reliability. It will always take the same time, 20 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever, to go from point A to point B, no matter the day, the month, or whatever. Wow, so that predictability, reliability, and predictability is going to be extremely valuable from a planning perspective. Also, think about, like I said, drone, if you want to use drone for using it once a day, or like just a handful of time, that is not answering, that is the wrong solution for your problem. If the demand is just a handful of flights, that is, of course, we will never reach price competitiveness. The drone is a whole solution, it's a system that is put in place to serve where there is a transportation challenge. The drone is a mode of transportation. And it's not a mode of transportation made for health. It can transport health product, but it can also transport other product. And that's where now we're having discussion with e-commerce, with logistics firm, with company in the mining industries or energy industries and so on, and working with different ministries to identify what are the benefits, who could really benefit of having this just-in-time, fast, quickly, reliable mode of transportation for whatever product, dropping and picking up. And through that, we're able to reach, like I said, prices that are affordable at scale. And again, it has to be at scale. It's not a little tool that you put out there. It has to be at scale to reach that economy of scale. But now we have the evidence. A few years ago, we didn't have that. We knew how much it costs to start, which is always expensive. Any solution, any technology, when you start, it's going to be expensive. But now, after 2 years, we know that the true cost of operating at scale, sustainably, multi-year, over a multi-year period, we understand the cost element and cost structure, and now we're able to apply different strategy.
Thank you very much. I think you need to give us a round of applause because we have kept time, and also we have we have tried to give justice to what we are doing. So our panelists, as you walk down, thank you very much for your time, for sharing the information, and you owe us a clap, and this is how it's gonna be. For all of them, there are 4, so we start. 1. And mine. Thank you very much. God bless you.
It's amazing how people use drones, don't keep time, but we are waiting to see how drones will keep time. Anyway, that was a very interesting thing. That is what is called the last mile, because we said before somebody takes a Panadol or takes the medicine, manufacturing is just one waste time because you're going to manufacture for the rich maybe. But those guys can fly to London to go get medicine. So I would like us to be strict because, you know, we have a lunch break. Please be back here by 2. There's a group that was supposed to do online. That's why I brought you forward and it's been moving back and forth. And I have no way to tell them because they're in the US to push them. I can't tell them they are late wait. So anybody who is interested, be here by 2 o'clock. We will begin no matter who has come. Then secondly, there are people who will have several meetings because we are trying to kill this again during the lunch. So for all those people who are in that panel, you follow me. I'll show you the table where we're going to have lunch with you. And all other sisters also. follow me, because that's now the group for primary healthcare. We are going to discuss and make decisions on the way forward. For now, Father, can you just pray for the food?
We may stand. Loving God, we thank you for the gift of the day. We thank you for all we have discussed today. And I want to ask you that you continue blessing us and bless our food and bless our next session. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Enjoy your lunch.
Tu veux qu'on prenne là-bas?
J'espère qu'au ciel, it will not be like that.
And that is Father Charles to go in front, Ziki to go in front, and then I will also go in front. After I reach in front, yes, I like that. Yeah. I'll hand over the microphone to Ziki, then I am no longer a moderator. I told you the term boss changes with many dimensions. When you wake up, your boss is different from when you go to bed. When you go to church, you have a different boss. So we accept this. So you remember that this is. I'll hand over the microphone to Ziki. So then I am no longer a moderator. I told you the term boss changes with many dimensions. When you wake up, your boss is different from when you go to bed. When you go to church, you have a different boss. Aidan? So we Aidan? Aidan. Aidan. Is Aidan there? Is Thomas there? Yes, here. Yes, we can see him. So those are our panels. I want to hand over the microphone to Ziki, and Ziki is going to be 40 minutes for the panelists and 20 minutes to the audience. Thank you.
Yes, Aiden is here.
Is Thomas there?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We will start with our plenary session. Before we start, I think it's worth noting, as you can see, we are working with technology, and we ask for your patience in terms of how we'll be transitioning from being able to speak here and speak to our other members who are attending the session via Zoom. As mentioned, we have Dr. Aidan Hollis, who's all the way in Canada right now, in Calgary. It's really early for him, and we appreciate that he has made the time to sit and chat with us. If we can just give him one big round of applause for attending, because it's 3 a.m. right now. Thank you, Dr. Aidan Hollis. We also have Dr. Thomas Poge, who is currently in New Haven, Connecticut. He is our Yale connection. If we can also give him a round of applause. It's slightly early as well. Thank you very much. I will be introducing them one by one, so I'm just going to do things a little differently because of the fact that we've got 2 participating via Zoom and 2 that are sitting here. Each time a panel member comes up to give their speech or their presentation, I will officially introduce them, a short introduction. But once again, we have Father Charlie here in the front, who will also be talking a little bit about the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund, and Dr. Fred as well, who will share his insight and his drive behind the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund. Please give them a round of applause as well. I am very excited about what we're going to be discussing when it comes to the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund, because I have had the pleasure of working with both groups in Nairobi, Kenya, and also with the other groups on the other side of the world, and just watching it all come together the way that it has. I won't lie, there were, I won't say tears, but there were moments when we were just like, wow, how do we move forward? But we managed, and it's incredible to be sitting here today and having been part of the launch and having been part of a very momentous occasion, and to be able to discuss what we hope we will be able to take from here and move forward with. So without further ado, I think we will ask Dr. Thomas to be our first speaker. So if I can ask our 2 speakers now to please take their seats. Before Dr. Thomas starts, I'll just give a brief introduction as to who he is and how he plays a role in the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund. Before I start, Dr. Thomas, can you hear me? Okay, just to give him a brief introduction or who he is. Our first speaker is Dr. Thomas Poge. Thomas Poge is a Leitner Professor of Philosophy and International Affairs at Yale University. He's also the founding director of the Global Justice Program at Yale. He also co-founded Academic Stand Against Poverty, which is where I work, an international network aiming to enhance the impact of scholars, teachers, and students on a global poverty. And he's also been involved with the Incentives for Global Health, a co-founder as well. So I also call him my boss. Dr. Thomas, please start. He also co-founded Academic Stand Against Poverty, which is where I work.
Good. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay. So I will give you a very brief nutshell account of the Health Impact Fund idea, and Aidan Hollis will then expand on that by talking about the pilot that we are planning specifically for Africa. We all know the lessons from COVID-19. The current over-reliance on patent rewards has led to a catastrophic moral failure, in the words of the Secretary General of the WHO, Tedros. It allows poor populations to be breeding grounds for infectious diseases that often evolve new drug-resistant strains, as in tuberculosis and malaria. And it leaves the world ill-prepared to cope with new infectious diseases. If we leave the poor people out of our strategy of disease containment and suppression, we will not be very successful, which of course suits the pharma companies well, because a continuation of the disease means a continuation of markets for their products. Now, the Health Impact Fund would invite originators to give up their monopoly privileges on any innovation of their choice in exchange for impact rewards that are based on the health gains that are achieved with this innovation. This optional trade promotes diffusion because it removes the headwind of monopoly markups. Drugs would be available at competitive market prices. And it actually even adds a tailwind of impact rewards, because innovators would not just get the sales price, the sales proceeds, but they would also get an additional premium that depends on how much health impact they achieve with their pharmaceutical product. Now, if the world's affluent persons were willing to pay for the fixed cost of research and development through such impact rewards, then rather than through high markups, then we would not need to exclude poor people as we do now by raising the prices of pharmaceuticals high above their cost of production. That is the key idea of the Health Impact Fund. Now, the Health Impact Fund would make fixed annual disbursements. A sum of money would be distributed each year, and it would be split among registered innovations according to the health gain measured in quality-adjusted life years that is achieved with each of these innovations in the preceding year. Each registered product would be rewarded for 10 years, so it would participate for 10 consecutive of these disbursements. After 10 years, you've had your reward and you drop out. The reward rate would be regulated by demand and supply of innovations. The more innovations participate, the more broadly the sum of money needs to be shared. And so it will essentially self-adjust to the real cost of putting a new medicine on the market. The sales price of registered products, as I said, would be limited. It would have to be a competitive price. And we could achieve that either through open licensing, through competition among manufacturers, or through a tender system. Now, the Health Impact Fund would create a new type of sector-wide competitive market on which pharmaceuticals of all different kinds could compete toward achieving gains in global health. So all different pharmaceutical products could compete in the same market. If we had about $5 billion annually, then a universal, that means worldwide, health impact fund might support around 20 to 25 innovative products, where 2 to 3 would enter each year and 2 to 3 would exit each year after the 10-year period is exhausted. The Health Impact Fund is meant to be optional for both originators and for funders. It's a complementary alternative to monopoly rewards designed to mitigate their main moral defects and inefficiencies. So originators, those who have a new pharmaceutical product, would have a choice whether to register or not. And countries also would have a choice whether to fund the Health Impact Fund or not. This dual optionality makes it much easier to establish the Health Impact Fund in a gradual way. The financing for the Health Impact Fund would come from states based on their gross national income per capita and their population. So you could say we exempt the first $10,000 of GNI per capita so that poor countries don't have to contribute, and the richer countries contribute in proportion to how much more GNP per capita they have than $10,000, and of course also in proportion to their population size. Some countries will not contribute, and if there are non-contributing affluent states, then registrants would retain their monopoly privileges and would receive no impact rewards there. If some large rich countries do not join, then the Health Impact Fund would have less money, but it would also need less money because a lower reward rate would be sufficient to attract registrants, because these registrants retain their monopoly privileges in the non-participating affluent countries. Participating countries would benefit through lower prices for patentable products. All the registered products would be available at roughly at cost of production. There would be additional innovations, especially for diseases of the poor, and there would be holistic disease suppression strategies, because using those you can achieve the greatest possible health impact and therefore reward. All these three factors would contribute to reducing greatly the disease burden of participating countries. That would lead to greater productivity, which in turn would lead to greater tax revenues. And so we think that the Health Impact Fund would actually pay for itself quite easily through greater tax revenues from a reduced disease burden. The main reasons are, first and foremost, just access. In our world, millions of people suffer and even die because patent enforcement suppresses generic supply of cheap medicines. Impact rewards make it profitable to serve even poor and remote populations with drugs at even very low prices, because for each patient well served, the originator gets not only the sales price, but an impact reward in addition. Second reason, with monopoly rewards, originators would be eager to prevent generic sales to the poor. That's the status quo. With health impact rewards, originators welcome such sales and can often benefit by selling even below cost, because they get impact rewards. They would be happy to support generic companies selling their product, because every sale creates health impact and health impact gets rewarded. Externalities. Monopoly rents give no incentives to contain and suppress infectious diseases. On the contrary, if a disease disappears, so do sales of its remedy. The Health Impact Fund pays for all health gains, including for people who, thanks to effective disease containment, never get sick. Fourth reason, neglected diseases. The Health Impact Fund would stimulate new research and development investments, especially into diseases that are frequent, severe, contagious, and concentrated among the poor. With monopoly rewards, there are pressures to prescribe the products with the highest profit margins, even when these are not the best product for a given patient. Under the Health Impact Fund, the product with the greatest health impact makes the most profit, and so prescribers have incentives to prescribe that product. Finally, waste. The present system is extremely wasteful and that waste would be reduced if the Health Impact Fund were implemented. There's waste from multiple patenting in many jurisdictions around the world. There's waste from patent monitoring and enforcement, all the lawyers that are monitoring everywhere and enforcing. There are gaming efforts where specialists are looking at the tax system, at the patent system, how to game the system to get longer monopoly rents. There are the deadweight losses that come about through many sales that would be profitable for the seller, not coming about because of the high monopoly price. There are mutually neutralizing promotion efforts where companies advertise their products in order to achieve more sales at high profit margins, but many of these promotion efforts just cancel out. There's corrupt marketing. Again, this is induced by the large profit margins under the present system. And finally, counterfeiting, again, introduced by that same factor. If people understand that many people are desperate for medicine that can save their life, there will quickly come people who will sell fakes in order to exploit their desperation. This is it for a very brief summary of the Health Impact Fund idea. Aidan Hollis will take over and talk about the pilot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thomas. I can see the brains this side working and deciding what question they're going to ask you later on. Thank you for laying the foundation out nicely and explaining what the Health Impact Fund is and what it does and how it can contribute towards the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund. Aidan is going to take us on and tell us about the next part of the Health Impact Fund, which is the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund. Aidan, can you hear us? Thank you for laying the foundation out nicely. While we wait for him to be put on screen, I'll just tell you a little bit about who he is. Dr. Aidan Hollis is a professor of economics at the University of Calgary. He's also an associate professor in the Leslie Dan Faculty of Pharmacy at the University of Toronto. And he's the co-founder of Incentives for Global Health. And as I have said before, my other boss.
Great. Can you hear me and see the presentation?
Not yet. Thomas, if you can allow our sound guy to use the Zoom settings. Thomas, can you make everyone a co-host, whoever's attending in the Zoom room? Aidan, please go ahead.
What do I allow? Sorry?
You're good, Thomas. It's okay. Aidan will begin his presentation. Thomas, can you make everyone a co-host?
Great. Can you hear me now and see the screen?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, so thank you so much. What an opportunity to be here. When I say here, of course, I would love to be in Kigali right now. It's about -7 degrees here in Calgary, and there's snow on the ground. So I hope you're enjoying it where you are. Before I continue, I might want to just add that actually so many of the ideas from this, although it builds on the Health Impact Fund idea, which Thomas just presented, the practical aspects were really fundamentally developed by Father Charles and Professor Ogola. So the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund is a proposal to address some of the very specific problems which I know this conference has been addressing yesterday, as I was able to follow a bit on the live stream. And I won't spend time on it, but basically there is a real need to develop manufacturing of many medicines in Africa, which is overwhelmed by basically having to import almost all medicines. And we think that there could be real gains from not only more investment in production, that would be good in terms of employment and economic development, but also that would develop better access to the products that people need. The other sort of chief problem is that there's enormous price variation in medicines. These are generic pharmaceutical medicines. And when you look across developing countries, many of them are paying far above the lowest international prices. So there are real potential gains from having more competition and greater availability of generic medicines in Africa. So the response is to kind of build on the Health Impact Fund idea, but in a way that's really going to address the very specific needs of patients in Africa. So the idea is to have a competition which would advance both manufacturing and access with a reward divided between competitors. And so the core entry requirements would be that manufacturers would have to manufacture a medicine in Africa which has not been produced on the continent before. And then they would sell that to wholesalers at the cost of production. And as sort of compensation for doing this new thing and selling to wholesalers at the cost of production, they'd be earning rewards. And so instead of being actually explicitly rewarded merely for their costs, there'd be a reward fund which would be divided between qualifying manufacturers on the basis of the assessed health benefits of selling each medicine at a low price and thus expanding access. So in other words, this is really going to draw manufacturers towards thinking, what are the medicines that I need to produce that would really benefit people in Africa? So let me give a very simple example. Suppose, for example, there were a reward fund of $50 million, 5 manufacturers enter, and 3 were very successful at expanding sales of their proposed medicine with achieving, in this case, 30,000 quality-adjusted life years each. One of them maybe would be less successful. It only achieves 10,000 quality-adjusted life years, and one is really unsuccessful. Nobody wants to buy its product at all. So unlike a cost-based system where everyone would get paid, this would be a rewards fund that would be split according to the share of measured health benefits. So it's really pay for performance. And the successful ones would each earn a share of the $50 million, a proportional share. You'll notice that the first 3, I've designed this so that the first 3 each earn 30% of the $50 million. The less successful one would only earn 10%, and the firm with no benefit would earn nothing from the reward fund. Now, it would still, of course, if it sold any of its product, perhaps it's earning, basically it's very limited production cost, but there's no reward for a firm that really doesn't achieve much. So what are the benefits that we're looking to achieve here? The first one is that manufacturers would be able to increase their capacity and build up know-how by producing new products. There'd be high quality employment, and manufacturers would, because of this system, as opposed to one that just was focused on sort of just production. In this system, manufacturers would be focusing on products that are currently overpriced and undersupplied. The second, well, I guess there's a few more things. On the patient side, patients would benefit from low-priced access to quality medicines. And because the payments to the manufacturers are dependent on the measured benefits to patients, they'd have a real incentive to think about what it is that patients need. And because of that, manufacturers will also have incentives to discourage large wholesale markups. So we're really developing this strategy with this proposal right now. And our goal is to bring in partners who can help to advance it. We are seeking supportive funding for the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund Africa pilot from OECD country governments. And that's where we're looking for the funding to come from. I think there's a few kind of interesting components to this. One is it's really structured as a partnership with private sector firms. Second, and I think this is very important, is that evaluation is at the core, so that you're not spending money on just making sure that something happens, but that something is delivered. This is an innovative finance mechanism. So you could think of this as a competitive impact bond. So it is kind of pushing the boundaries of typical finance, but I think that innovative finance is bringing some value to this. It establishes a model in which all lives are valued equally, while focusing on the poorest. And it supports the development of the African pharmaceutical manufacturing sector. So I want to thank you again for the opportunity to present and to be part of this really fascinating conference.
Thank you, Aidan, for that very insightful aspect of the Africa pilot that has to do with the Health Impact Fund, which has been, as you mentioned, I guess, encouraged by Father Charles and Dr. Fred to become what it is today. And I know that Father Charles will be joining us shortly to explain I would say the mechanisms that are involved in what the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund will be about. So if he could come up to the front, and while he's coming up to the front, I'll share a little bit, which I'm sure by now most of you know who he is and what he's involved in. Just from my personal point of view, I'd like to say I've been actively involved with the HIF for almost 2 years, and it's been in the last year or so that I've had the pleasure of working with Father Charles. His zeal for health advocacy through the numerous organizations he's involved in, such as being the director of the Jesuit Justice and Ecology Network Africa, and now the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund, is a strong indicator for his resolve in ensuring that Africa's health care system advances and creates a healthy African population. So without further ado, Father Charles, please take the podium.
Thank you very much, Zeki. Yeah. What I'll do myself, Fred will go in more details, but I'm going to wrap around all of this, the philosophy that is guiding us, the Ubuntu philosophy, which we will work with others, several others, and try as much as possible to push this to become mainstream. This is another topic. Like this morning, we're talking about certain aspects of advancing justice in healthcare, but also protect ways of promoting prevention of disease that look like they are on the periphery, that they are important. And thinking like this, Ubuntu is something that should become mainstream, things that Father Caporet and sister should be teaching mainstream in our African universities. Do you agree with me? Yeah. Slide 1. So the economics, I'll talk about the economics of love. Yeah? Ever heard of the economics of love? So as we know, economics is based on a hypothetical, rational human being, man or woman. Or at least it was until behavioral economics came along. Homo economicus is sort of like a supercomputer, always calculating lifetime welfare, costs, profits, etc. And traditional economics teaches that the rational person acts in self-interest. And on that basis, we can predict desired economic outcomes by feeding self-interest, as Thomas was explaining. And on that basis, as we heard yesterday again and today, we human beings have decided to create TRIPS, the trade-related and intellectual property rights, to feed self-interest, to promise high markups to innovators. What economics has not sufficiently, conventional economics I mean, has not sufficiently taken into account is that human beings can also be motivated by love, concern, compassion, care, and search for meaning. Why can't we use these variables to predict outcomes? Some dominant strands of economics have even prescribed that markets are the solutions to our problems and that there is no alternative. But more often than not, we have seen that markets fail and that they are inadequate to provide solutions to our problems. Pope Francis has suggested an alternative philosophy of economics that we can create economies and societies based on social justice, friendship, and love. And I'll speak to that in my last slide. Slide 2. As we know, markets fail, and they also produce, not only fail, but they also produce what are called negative externalities, like pollution and several other things. And also we know, especially in our context, that states also fail. And when that happens, it's usually NGOs, faith-based institutions that sort of move in to fill those gaps, moved by kindness and compassion. Some also campaign to influence public policy where specific populations groups have been neglected by the state or markets, or as we are speaking about neglected diseases. Yeah. But the biggest failure that we see, slide 3, the biggest failure that we saw, not only, you see look, bring back slide 2. When markets fail, that happens, and that's a familiar sight. 3, when market, even another, a big example of the failure of markets is what we saw during COVID-19. Thomas was talking about the failure of morality. Some of us were speaking about the failure of humanity. Yeah? When we experienced vaccine apartheid and racism in public health, very serious racism. And we needlessly lost lives. During the HIV/AIDS, it was the same. We can't go on like that. As farmers fought to protect their profits, protecting profits at the expense of human life. Slide 4. Instead of working for serious and deep reform rules, institutions and reform of institutions, hearts and minds, as I mentioned yesterday, to promote the common good, we thought even responses to the pandemic like COVAX, access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator Act A, or a pandemic treaty that was proposed, we thought this would increase political commitment and equitable distribution of vaccines. But we were wrong. None of that worked as it should have worked because we didn't change things fundamentally. These interventions did not typically come with the analysis of the needed transformations in national and international politics that have happened in this century's second decade. Internationally, the balance of power has returned, and it battered cooperation on COVID-19. And the great powers are still not tempering geopolitics for the sake of global health. There's ideological competition between democracy and authoritarianism, which has also re-emerged and surged during COVID-19. Many democratic states performed badly, deepening pre-pandemic concerns and democracies are in disarray and impotent against the spread of authoritarianism. This transformed political terrain does not mean the mooted responses were useless. No. However, what we're saying is that they were negatively affected by domestic and international politics to the extent of rendering them inept. They created COVAX, but the same big nations went ahead of the line of everybody because they have more money and they could purchase drugs upfront. So the same COVAX that we created was being undermined. It's, I don't know what to call it. What would you call it? We need deeper reform, as I said yesterday, transformation and conversion in order to increase political commitment of states to global health governance in a world riven by geopolitics, ideological competition, nationalism, and populism. In the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund, we are suggesting that, next slide, it takes a whole village to deliver health care. You know what I would say? It takes a whole village to raise a child. It takes a whole village to deliver health care. Delivering health care in a global or international interdisciplinary context, as we heard yesterday, integrative health, conventional medicine, prevention, all of those things need to come together. Nations, groups, individuals need to come together. Important steps were taken toward global cooperation in the health sector with the formation of the UN, World Bank, and others. But so far we have seen that on their own, WHO, the UN and governments and the entire UN system are not able to ensure that everybody has access to health. That is why we are back in the Ubuntu Fund, slide 6, to promote the Ubuntu ethics, Ubuntu philosophy. Slide 6. Sorry, next one. Ubuntu. Yeah, Ubuntu. We're proposing Ubuntu as the basic ethic that should guide the way we undertake responses to disease and to promote the common good. For governing a global health village, we need the ethic of Ubuntu driven and underlain by solidarity, relational justice, and sufficiency. What do I owe the other? What do nations owe each other? Slide 7. No, before that, stay at Ubuntu. I want to, you correct me if I get it wrong. Umuntu, ngumuntu, ngabantu. Which means, I am because we are. That's the kind of economics we should teach, Father Kabore. Not to feed self-interest, not to, economists have even developed models founded on self-interest. Am I lying? That we can predict human behavior insofar as human beings are driven by the search for profits, cost reduction, and all of those things. Fundamentally, there's something inadequate there. It works, and we shouldn't drive it out, but it's insufficient, and we can't commit a whole discipline to that ethic. It's wrong. Last one. We want to promote, to reward impact as in Ubuntu, as Thomas mentioned, to promote care, solidarity, to turn service toward human need rather than toward profits, without feeding self-interest alone, but also feed the kindness, promote collaboration and solidarity. And I'd like to end by emphasizing Pope Francis's teaching, Fratelli Tutti, which means we are all brothers and sisters. He borrowed it from St. Francis, Sister Basilissa and Sister Nelly's patron, that we are all brothers, and that those rich countries, what we're promoting in Ubuntu Fund, that the rich countries, corporations and individuals should help those who have not, in order to save lives. And that's what the Ubuntu Fund was structure, that kind of philosophy and thinking. Pope Francis teaches that we need a good Samaritan in the rich and wealthy and powerful nations. And that politics is a vocation for service rather than domination and power and promotion of nationalism. And that's what we want to break in the Ubuntu Fund. Thank you.
Dr. Freddy coming up. Thank you, Father Charles, for reminding us that it does indeed take a global village for us to have the integrated healthcare that we've been discussing for the last day or so. Our last speaker for the session is Dr. Fred Ogola. Just to introduce him a little bit, Dr. Fred Ogola holds a number of positions. I'll just speak on a few if you don't mind, which currently include being the Academic Director, MBA Programs, Director of the Institute of Strategy and Competitiveness, and Senior Lecturer of Strategy and Decision Making at Strathmore Business School. However, the most prominent one, which I feel is what has helped propel and launch AHETI, is his role as the CEO of AHETI. Please welcome Dr. Fred as he shares his insights on the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund.
Thank you very much. So you see, all the positions above, I have to leave them. Of course, like you see, academic director, it will be so involving. There's a sister who asked me, how will AHETI run if I am still in Strathmore? I think that the sister in blue, I've forgotten the name. Sister Elizabeth asked me, Fred, are you still going to teach in Strathmore with all these positions? How will you be able to ensure AHETI runs? And I told them, the best idea will give way, isn't it, for other ideas. So without wasting my time, mine is to go into the details. Remember all the visions they have said, the one done by Thomas Poge, the one done by Aidan, then the one that Father Charles has said. The main thing you need to understand about this fund are the following. First and foremost, we have our board of trustees here. So this fund will be held in trust. So this fund will help in trust, will be oversighted by that board. The boards have decided even to sit in this board voluntarily in the spirit of Ubuntu, because it will be difficult for the board to sit in the spirit of economics while they are running Ubuntu Fund. So they're going to sit in the spirit of Ubuntu. I'm sure that time you need to clap, eh? Yeah, you need to know when to clap. Yeah, because they have given, there are people who are highly skilled. People who have a lot of responsibilities wherever they are. And let me just take 1 minute to discuss just about one of them, whom I know so well, because he's also very close to me. And that is Dr. Jim McPhee. Dr. Jim McPhee, as one of the board members, is the person who founded the School of Accountancy in Strathmore. To teach School of Accountancy, Dr. Jim McPhee is paid, if he's teaching the School of Accountancy, he's paid $2,000 an hour. For me, as those titles say, there are programs I teach that 1 hour, they can pay me 50,000 shillings an hour. But Dr. McPhee is more qualified to teach in those ones of 50,000, but he's choosing to teach on those ones of 2,000. How else will you define Ubuntu? That is what I'm telling you is the kind of people who are sitting in that board. I think there's a year when Dr. McPhee gave almost all his board allowances to a foundation which he started to give people school fees, students. You know, when you sit in the board, he sits in some of the top boards if you look at his profile, but he gave out all that money to pay school fees for people. So I know now you can bring in Father Charles, you've heard about the story of Dr. Karen, you've heard about Professor Eugenia, and also you see Father Ismail, the same, with big responsibilities, still they found time to come to AHETI. So The board will hold the money in trust. We are registering a trust, and that means that anybody bringing their money, when they want to retire it, they retire it given a good condition because it will be held in trust by highly credible people. Corporate governance of this board must be to the highest level. And of course, this fund will have different sources. Even if you have some money that you want to bring, you can bring them under the conditions that Professor Poge was talking about, and also Thomas. But the idea is that it will be a revolving fund, not a sinking fund. Sinking fund, you give and you forget about it. But revolving fund, you give, the person uses it to come back. For example, I take one model, Revna. Revna, as we stand now, is among the very first candidates to receive this money. And when Revna has gotten the money and built their muscle, now they can face the market, we retire that money and start another Revna. Another entrepreneur like Dr. Eden will qualify for it. And of course, today, Father who talked today in church, I'm just forgetting his name because I think the name must be hard. Father? No. Father? Yes. He said, according to him, in his reflection, because we went for meditation, in his reflection, Ubuntu, as one of the children of Haiti, is the child of all the children because of the very spirit that it exudes around. So if you look at that very thing, spirit of giving, the spirit of the other, like Thomas says that they always have to know that if they don't give and they follow the market forces, everybody else is in danger. And he has given the incentives for Ubuntu Fund and not. So there is already criteria which has been developed for the pilot. The pilot will be around $100 million to see whether it works, isn't it? And you can see, for example, from the first quarter, that will work. I remember that Ubuntu Fund has to ooze out throughout the other 6 children so that it works. Another thing that we have to find a way is that we are going to help policy development on how even such funds can be set up by government. So lobbying will be part of it, advocacy will be part of it, so that people can buy the Ubuntu spirit, because we don't want Haiti to remain with the Ubuntu spirit. We want Africa, the whole of Africa, public sector, private sector, NGO, like I was trying to say, the third estate, the civil society, to embrace the spirit of Ubuntu. Africa will be a better place to live in. So what I'm trying to say here is, as soon as it is ready, we will be able to give communication. That's why we brought the key stakeholders to be in the room. This was not a conference for mass media. It was a conference for those who are really concerned, who are very strategic partners. And then we shall start looking at how Ubuntu Fund can be. And as far as we know it, it's a fund that will turn around the destiny of Africa, and it give incentivized preference for the poor. Because you see, some drugs already, for the rich people, I don't think there's a need to put money on that, isn't it? So the board of trustees will be looking for a criteria of who receives this money. They are kind of being developed. But also, our work will be to go and lobby for this money so that the fund grows and grows. If you look at the baseline, according to Thomas, when we are at 5 billion, we will be operating at the optimum level so that we can have the best healthcare outcome. And let me highlight to you that Haiti is about big idea, of course, big money. Because a big idea cannot be followed by small money. And of course, most importantly, big impact. Today we had a meeting with the people who are in the primary healthcare unit of Haiti, and Olivier was telling them, we are not thinking small, we are thinking big. Olivier, remember that comment? Because a sister testified that there are some people, when they go to distribute medicine, they find that people are sick in the stomach, there's no food. So these sisters also carry food with them. And some people are producing very cheap food that can be packaged, which are highly nutritious and very cheap, to something like 3 cents, dollars. And I think I know Kenyan shilling, I can say 30 shillings. So if you can be able to find logistics on how you can even distribute very highly nutritious food cheaply and availably using our distribution channels, I'm sure that's where Ubuntu Fund will make sense. Because if you have not eaten well, why are you even taking medicine? I think, remember, Andrea's point was clear about that. Professor David's point was clear about integrated medicine. They say you become what you eat, isn't it? So if you're not eating well, so this is integrated medicine. You see the research of Father Jean Mboma. They are related. You see the research being done by Father Pierre. So this will be incentivizing that, but also researchers. The Brendan thing must have incentive, like we said. How can we train biomedical researchers who will research in Africa? For Africa is when you talk about beyond. So all that will happen, and we like the fact that we have a good network. For example, thanks God to a Jesuit university. But I also want to say this so that we leave it to no doubt, that let us not perceive this initiative to be a Catholic initiative or religious initiative. It is much more open to that. The only thing is that you surely start with where you are standing, isn't it? We are starting with where we are standing. Someone must initiate something. They can be a Muslim, they can be a Catholic, they can be a Protestant. It happens that Father was a Jesuit, and if you want to take away from him the vision because he's a Jesuit, it may not be very fair, isn't it? So it is initiated by a Jesuit. This, what I want to say, is a little political, but you'll forgive me if I am politically wrong. You know, every religious organization in the Catholic Church have different charism. Some of them want to own more, but some of them want to make impact. I am a product of Jesuit education. What I saw about the Jesuits in the university where I was, we had Jesuit priests teaching in the university as professors, and you will not know they are. In fact, one of them, Professor Pep Maria, was told, you are hiding. You see less Roman collars here from them. So I like the spirit because some of them want ownership and control. But the spirit of the Jesuits, whereby you set up something, and when it's good for the world, you don't have to have too much control. That's also something that inspires me very much, and this should also inspire everybody. Don't group Catholics to be Catholics. There are some people who are more Catholics, others are less Catholics, but others are practice more Catholicism, isn't it? So there are different ways to look at it. So I want to appreciate the Jesuit fathers who are here. The philosophy that you have is a very instrumental philosophy in actually setting up the Ubuntu Fund. And you could see that should be able to drive things. I think I need not to talk more than that, because what is important now, I want to know, is what are your concerns? Because I'm not the chief executive officer, but execution. So I would end there, give back the microphone to Ziki, and then my concerns will be, if you have any clear questions, shoot them so directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fred, for adding a bit more meat to what the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund is going to be about and how it will be used going forward. I believe we're going to open it up to the floor for a bit of discussion and questions as well. We are limited to a couple of questions. I believe it's 3:25 now, and we're meant to be finished at 3:30. Is that correct? So we can take about 1 or 2 questions. They may be addressed to our 4 panelists, Dr. Fred, Father Charles, Thomas, and Aidan as well, if they can still hear us. Okay. We have a hand in the back there. Please go ahead. Please just introduce yourself and state who the question is directed at.
Thank you, moderator and the presenter. My name is Kokwaro. I'm from Strathmore Business School. I'm the director of Institute of Healthcare Management. I have the privilege of being a neighbor of Professor Gola. Mine is brief and direct, and is based on an experience. That's what he asked me to talk about. So, very, very brief thing. I was involved, as you know, in a very, very similar project, but related to malaria. When we lost chloroquine and sulfadoxine pyrimethamine, a few scientists sat to try and get alternative, cheaper antimalarials. That's how we went with combination therapy. And that's how the Medicines for Malaria venture was established. The incentive was that manufacturers would produce this, and through WHO, they would sell it almost at an affordable price to those countries that are affected. It worked well. Initially, this is my experience, and I just want to make a comment. Initially, when the first lumefantrine start were ready, and those countries that had changed policies to combination therapy for uncomplicated malaria, this is what happened. Those that had not, 2 countries, and I want to address this to Dr. Thomas. So 2 countries, one country had a changed policy, that was Kenya. Another country had not changed policy, I would not name it. And we received the first batch, and as Kenyans, very interested, we took nearly everything and went and sold it to the neighboring country because it was making them. But within the country itself, from the public, because that's from, we also sold it to the private sector because the private sector has got private facilities. So my question to Dr. Thomas is this. So have you thought this through, especially the statement you say that participating countries will receive this at a lower price than none? So have you thought about this? Maybe if I got it wrong, forgive me, but have you thought it? If there are 2 countries, one participating, one non-participating, even the participating one, public and private, how do you prevent leakage? That's the question.
Thank you. Thomas, were you able to hear the question?
Yes, I heard the question. I think that Aidan is better able to answer this one, actually, because we have significant experience in the existing world with this problem already, right? We have tremendous price differences across countries, and there is quite a bit of empirical evidence on that. Aidan, do you want to hop in on that?
Sure, maybe just to very briefly that while there is lots of so-called gray market or parallel imports across developing countries, in the high-income countries in medicines, although there are large price differences, including, I mean, huge price differences, which maybe are sort of on the order of 100 times between low-income and high-income countries, there really isn't much transfer of those products across countries. So recall that within the Health Impact Fund, it's only the high-income countries, those which have income of over $10,000 per capita, where there would be basically non-availability of the product at low prices under the Health Impact Fund. So I think that I mean we have thought about that issue, and we're pretty confident that that's not going to lead to massive parallel imports of medicines.
Thank you, Aidan. Do we have any other questions? Unfortunately, we can only take one more. Dr. Jean.
Thank you. My question actually cut across what the 4 panelists talk about, but my question goes to Thomas. I see the model of this health impact fund very kind of revolution, and I wonder if you have had, for example, an exchange with those stakeholders, I'm talking about those who produce medicines, how they would receive this kind of change from what they are used to, monopoly privileges, to impact reward. So it's a little bit, they are losing something. Are there many people who will be rushing to lose and to get into this project? So that's a kind of feeling I'm trying to look for.
Yeah, so yes, we have had a lot of discussions with people in the pharmaceutical industry, and there's a wide diversity of opinions. So it would be quite wrong to say that they all think the same way. Some of them are very, very supportive of this idea. And unsurprisingly, those are the people who do the science. So people who are actually involved in research love this idea because they went into the pharmaceutical business in order to help humanity. They want nothing more than their invention to do some real good in the world. And they're heartbroken if it doesn't reach people. But of course, the people on the economic side of the business are thinking somewhat differently, and they have some worries. On the face of it, you can't lose, because on the face of it, the Health Impact Fund simply makes you an offer that you are perfectly free to refuse. The offer is give up your monopoly rents on a certain product, and in exchange, you get these impact rewards. Take it or leave it, it's up to you. So nobody gets hurt by that, you might say, on the surface. But of course, there is a deeper problem, and the deeper problem is that in several therapeutic classes, you have competing drugs, and if one of your competitors registers with the Health Impact Fund, then that could make it much, much harder for you to sell your product at a high monopoly price. So that's what pharmaceutical companies or some people in these companies are worried about. And so far, we think that there is quite a bit of support, even within pharmaceutical companies, for trying it out, at least in the form of a pilot. But there's also some resistance where people say the very idea that it is possible to reward pharmaceutical innovation in ways other than through patents is an idea that we have to nip in the bud. That idea must never really raise its ugly head.
Thank you, Thomas. We have just 1 minute to take one more question if there is a question out there. Last question. Thank you so much. Please introduce yourself and tell us who the question is directed to.
I don't know who the question will be directed to, but I think to Thomas. I'm James Kanda. I work at Akimani Center. I don't know whether my question has, maybe it has been mentioned during the presentation. The question is, I would like to know whether there are modalities to have public funding. I don't know, I've not heard before, because usually governments, I hope they do support R&D, maybe private, maybe government. With the Health Impact Fund, do you have any plan towards that?
So the funding for the Health Impact Fund is most likely going to come from governments. And what is important here is that the Health Impact Fund, other than many other organizations, needs to have very stable and long-term assured funding. So pharmaceuticals it's a long-term business. It takes years to develop a new medicine, to run it through clinical trials and so on. And if you succeed with all of that and get your product approval for marketing, then you still want the fund to be around for another 10 years to pay you the reward. So for something like the Health Impact Fund to work, we need long-term funding commitments, and these can really only come plausibly from government. The core of the funding has to come from governments. And of course, the offsetting advantages of this are tremendous, as I try to lay out. So I think governments have good reasons to do it. And of course, they have the financing mechanisms to do it. They can give us bonds where we could use the interest coupon or zero coupon bonds, which mature in staggered future years. So there are tons of ways in which governments could actually make these commitments credible and thereby ensure innovators that if they invent a product for a disease of poverty, for example, that at the end of the day, if this succeeds, they will in fact get paid.
Thank you very much to Thomas, Aidan, Father Charlie, Dr. Fred. Unfortunately, time is not on our side, and it brings us to a close to our session. Once again, can we please give our panelists a round of applause for a very insightful session?
Now I have back again my work as MC. Power continue changing. You know, in the department where I work, I usually tell my staff, who is the boss here? Then they tell me I'm the boss. Then I tell them no. They write to me and say, Fred, can you send me the course outline by Monday? Who is the boss? Have you ever heard that professors who are here? Have you heard your admin person telling you, send me the course outline by Monday? Who is the boss? They are, eh? So all these positions we are talking about, they're just small things. You have no idea. The bosses are the ones who give instructions. Do this by this time. So thank you very much, Ziki. I think we didn't clap for her, but we need to do it now. She's done a great job. Now, we want to move into action tracks. And the action tracks will happen after tea break, a short tea break. What I don't know is that I've not checked whether that tea is out there. It is, eh? Professor David, thank you very much for being very precise, because that helps me a lot. Now, first of all, you will look at the program and you'll see who are the members of the action tracks. And I would urge you, why we call them action tracks, you'll come back here to report what are the next steps. We don't want to leave this conference with, it was a nice conference, we had fun, the food was good, the hall was great, speakers were wonderful. Those don't make people recover from illnesses, do they? No. So the action tracks, you see, they have been divided into the areas we have been discussing. We have been giving information. Now we want action tracks. So the first action track is the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund pilot. And the people there, Father Charles is the lead person there. So Father Charlie, you're going to have an online meeting with Thomas and the team. Right? And then track number 2, which is the Africa Health Economic and Transformation Initiative Strategy for Cutting Edge. You could already see the people there. So Dr. Derek, we are going to have Dr. Karanja, and also we are going to have, I think those are the main people in that thing. You are going to tell us what is the way forward, what's needed, and in phases. And then, of course, reviewing primary health care. Father Ishmael will be there. And you know that renewal of primary care and value chain, it's a very important aspect of this whole thing. So we shall have Daniel is leading it, but of course you'll be joined by the sisters who are working in the primary care, isn't it, Father? And of course, you may also find Chiteba left. Okay. We have the owner of Dunia, because his name lost me and I just picked the name of his company called Dunia. Also, he could be part of it. And then, of course, the one on data repository, and I think also we're supposed to meet with the Chetebo on that. So when we go for tea break, we'll be given only 1 hour. When you come back, we report what has happened. Is that 1 hour sufficient? Is 1 hour sufficient? Remember, you're not discussing theory. 1, this is what is needed. 2, what is needed. 3, this is what we need. Ideation, data collection never ends, isn't it? Robert has a question. Yeah. You'll just go through tables within. Because there's no presentation. We'll just congregate around tables. And the lead will find that you get your team. Another most interesting thing is that you can go where you feel your interest is greatest. For those whose names have not been mentioned, look at the program. Let me start this way. The lead for track number 1 is Father Charles. That's Ubuntu Fund. Where Father Charles will be sitting, if you have interest in Ubuntu Fund, you go there. Then track number 2, which is all about the cutting edge, that is a biomedical health research center, isn't it? That one you'll see, of course, you'll see our main guy is there, Dr. Eden, and also you'll see Dr. Robert.
At the coffee place.
So you can even stand in some of those places when you're doing your coffee. But what I want, whether it's in coffee, great things happen during coffee, bring me the results. Don't bring me reasons. Chief Execution Officer wants results, not reasons. Then we execute. Then, of course, in Renewable Health, you'll see there the person who is renewing primary healthcare value chain logistics. You'll find Dan Ogola. You go where Dan Ogola is. If he takes coffee, take coffee with him. He takes tea, take tea. If he sits down, sit down with him. Data repository, those interested, you come where I am. And then, of course, that's what will make the end of this part. So, guys, let me ask you, we are moving towards the end, and there's nothing we can control. Please let us try to just strictly obey things. Remember, I'm giving you to go now. I want you to come back here at 4:30. Take tea, do everything, but bring me results at 4:30. Fair enough? The group lists, did we have them? No. We took the group leads and we want people to go in their areas of interest. I think that's what we designed. But don't find yourself nowhere, because then we shall have nowhere people reporting what they were doing. Are we together? We left it open because everything has been presented. For example, integrated healthcare, where will you be?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. And I'm also trying to figure out what would be, for you, the ideal form of the results.
Next steps. Let me give you, for example, for the people we start with during primary healthcare, because they have sister secretary generals, their next steps, 1, is to organize a meeting with their religious organizations so that an ethic. Great. The second thing, they are going to give us a focal point for Africa. You know, we always think Ghana, Kenya, Tanzania, disease knows no boundaries. They give us a focal point that represents all the sister bodies. Then we know how to work with them. You see those concrete things? For you, in the university, in the college you are doing, what is very concrete about it? Would you like to, I don't know what to suggest. Integrated healthcare is very deep. So suggest concretely what is needed. Is it clear? Have you seen concretely the suggestions I'm asking? Ubuntu Fund, going forward is, are you seeing, for example, that is an action point. This is how to access it. Next steps are by the first quarter, what is going to happen this year, isn't it? Deliverables. In the first quarter, next steps. Even me, I'll give you next steps about the conference. I'll give a communication on what is next after you've given us these next steps. Are you getting that? So it's very action-oriented. That's what I call action tracks. Is it clear? Whatever is not clear, start doing it until I walk around. You know? This won't be clear. You will still need more information. In fact, go and clarify it in your workstations. Is it okay? Are you comfortable now? Another thing, which maybe further this corner, if you allow me, I can also make this decision. Should you find that you don't fit anywhere, like integrated healthcare, that those tracks did not consider integrated healthcare, according to me, they fall in the primary care. Because about prevention, it's about community, isn't it? Like what Professor was talking about, the issue of how doctors go to school. This is primary care, isn't it? We would like that to integrate to our primary care. So you could suggest, but I believe everybody will find a place. It can be. Should you find that you have something so unique that is not too much overlapping, you could also just sit down and say, what are the next steps? Do you understand Haiti now very well? Not yet. You'll understand Haiti when we do the launch. We'll tell you the children, how the children look like, the male and the female, all that. But for now, you could just say the integrated health, you could work with the research on food, alternative medicine. Could that be okay? Father Pierre, would you find yourself able to sit with these people and come up with something? Yes, so Father Mboma, I think you, Father Pierre, and the team could come up with what is the way forward on alternative medicine. Primary care, as for now, is more about what? Distribution. I gave you an assignment. I want you to form a lead team and look for policies that can start being championed across Africa. So what is the next steps? Do you mean to do policy analysis to see the policy environment? What are the gaps in policy around integrated medicine in Africa? Those are next steps. Is it not clear? Don't come and say, if policies were reviewed, it could be great. We know that. How do you go about this policy analysis? Desk research? Primary data collection? Do you want us to help you collect data from all our network of sisters to help you analyze and see how integrated medicine can support primary care? You see what I mean? Because you have a technology, isn't it? And for them, they have the data, which you don't have. You have technology. For them, they have the data. How do we connect? Are you getting my point? Is it clear? Anybody who feels completely out of place? Yes, Father. Yeah, we've added it now. Yes. I told you, Father, that someone told me, if you want God to laugh, tell them your plan. I have planned for those tracks, but God had it that there will be another track which was not planned. Thank God. Please clap for God. Are we together? That's God's intervention. So could we just go grab tea, come back? You will be on your own, but with Father Pierre, Father Jean Boma, we need to know what's the way forward. Because for me, it was thought-provoking, but we don't want to remain at the thought. Right? Off we go. Team lead, find how you'll get your team. If you find yourself alone, tell me. I'll look for the people who are lost, I'll bring them to you. Right? Sure.
When are you leaving? What time? 19. Oh, even 7 p.m. This is like
Yes, please. Okay.
Just, yeah, from Ghana, Friday,
Yes, I
Saturday.
actually communicated. I told them at tea time.
So when you stay in
Oh, okay, yeah. I have proposed morning.
Chibora. Chibora. Exactly. How far is it from? Is it in within Lusaka?
No, it's for my people. It's 24 hours from Lusaka. Reverend will come. Yeah.
Okay. And what kind of work do you do there?
I'm a cleaner.
Hi, Thomas, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hold on a second. Hello?
Yes, I can.
Hold on, I'm just trying to connect. Hi, Thomas.
Hi, Ziki.
Oh, goodness, I cannot hear you for some odd reason.
Okay, I'm unmuted, so don't know what the problem is.
I'm just going to see if I can use my computer. Can you hear me, Thomas?
I can hear you, yes.
I can as well. So we're just trying to find a room where you and Father Charles can sit and discuss. So not necessarily in the main hall right now, the main conference room. So just give us a few minutes while we find a place that is quiet enough for you and him to talk.
Good. I will stand by. Yes. Okay.
All right, Thomas, we're setting up now. We found a nice little corner. We're going to stay in the conference room just that we don't have too many places available for us. How did you find the session, Thomas?
I thought it was good.
I think so too. After yesterday's brief explanation, there were a lot of questions around what the health impact fund, and I think your explanation plus Aiden's one really answered a lot of the questions that people had.
Good. Yeah.
And a lot of them were very impressed by the fact that they've never heard of this before. So it's very new, very innovative, and as one mentioned, very revolutionary. So they're quite excited to see where it's going to go.
Yeah, that's good.
But I was looking at the new, I'm going to send you a link
Yeah.
of the newspapers. It sounds like they're saying that the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund already has around $100 million. So it was a good question that you asked if we have it already or if there's some confusion somewhere.
Yeah, so if we have $100 million, that would already get us off to a very good start on the pilot, right? We could do a $50 million pilot and still have 50 million left over for other things.
Absolutely. I was just thinking, sorry?
Quite tremendous, yeah.
I was also just thinking now, had I stayed back in Johannesburg, this could have turned out completely different.
Oh, yeah.
The logistics down on the ground here. Ooh,
Oh, yeah.
trying to set things up for
Yeah.
you and Aiden to have a chat with the group.
I was not going to push you to do something unsafe, but I was certainly aware of the fact that you being there makes a huge difference. And I wish I could have come.
The health impact fund itself is about alternative ways of incentivizing pharmaceutical production. Like I was saying, we just don't rely on self-interest
Market.
and the markets because it means it won't come. But we attract innovators by this fund. You know, to say, if you show impact in this way, here's a fund.
Okay.
And so it will have features to it that are adapted for Africa. For example, what Thomas was talking about, it's a reward after you show a certain impact. But in Africa, we know that the biggest problem that pharmaceutical innovators and others who want to create impact face is financing. So in Africa, we'll be front loading, okay, which means we'll have harder work of creating a mechanism for vetting. That's why we so create a mechanisms and collaborating with others, like in terms of assessing, because the global qualification here, the global one, the overall one, the way it's designed in such a way that you look at it's after the effects. So this is the effect that you have created. So here's the reward. But this one is before. Okay. So there'll be the problem of information and all of those things. So it's like, the way people go get loans, you front load, you don't give it up.
they leave them on the desk. No. We want to now take the people who led those tracks. Please take your team members' contacts, because we shall start working with you on those next steps. You know, this thing is not about giving us some right. If you are heading a track and you are taking next steps, we will follow with you. Don't tell me I don't remember so and so. If you are taking their number, take their number now. Take their contacts now. And we start working now.
Okay.
There is nothing of waiting.
Great.
Are we together?
Yeah.
So I want to give you just 2 minutes each. You come and say, then you go back, because we cannot comment on it. It's something that your team has worked on.
Great.
Don't come to tell us what you think can work. Come to tell us what we are going to do as next steps. Are you getting my point? Yeah. So we start, which team do we start with? Integrated Health says they are ready. Are you ready? Okay. Ubuntu. No, Ubuntu. Our secretary has stepped out. They have gone to look for Ubuntu fund. Sorry? Primary healthcare, 2 minutes, please. And I'll be standing next to you. After 2 minutes, I'll take the microphone.
Our group's action plan, one was to form a technical working group, which is a Haiti PHC, by who, Regina, and when immediately. Form social platform, which is called a Haiti PHC, who, Regina, Sister Regina, immediately. Information dissemination by a Haiti, we need their profile, who, Professor Gola, immediately. Tech information about the drones, who, Oliveira, when 20 January 2023, needs assessment by a Haiti to provide technical and financial support, when 2nd of May 2023, stakeholder mapping by a Haiti Secretariat, when 30th June 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The ones you ask me, I'll do immediately. I'll send you the profile by Monday. So Dan, I'll be in touch with you. Summarize that and send me in written. I want to have it. This is going to be the task for every head of the track. Is that not clear? They have done it in less than 2 minutes. Yes. Give them a clap. Primary healthcare is about healthcare. It's not about theorizing, isn't it? Yeah. Who is next? Who is ready? Okay. Precision medicine.
We are extremely precise. So for the precision medicine group, we said we'll have 2 phases. Phase 1 is going to be how do we consolidate support for the existing hubs. So we're looking at Revna in Accra and Vilgro in Nairobi. And this would involve, in essence, government buy-in, number 1, and we want to insist on government buy-in. That's very critical. Having a clear communication strategy, being able to identify low-hanging fruit in terms of products and projects that can be initiated, and then building up to having a center of excellence. And this means even thinking of additional infrastructure, like what do you call it? As CPUs, clinical pharmaceutical unit, or other things that would make sense. Then the second, and this would take about 3 to 12 months. So some of it can happen in 3 months. Also others, like getting to the CPU could probably take about a year. Phase 2 is how do you build on that low-hanging fruit? And here we want to ensure that, number 1, we are scaling. We want to have a hub and spoke approach that starts to build out that quadruple helix. We want to basically transform at a regional level West Africa, East Africa, the whole biomedical, also biopharmaceutical landscape, by starting to link up with industry, starting to link up with academia, and starting to see the development of products, local pharmaceutical manufacturing from our innovations coming out. And so that we think should happen, start happening, we start seeing a lot of the momentum. At least within 24 months, we should start feeling the momentum of there's actually some industrial cluster taking shape of one kind or another. And then, of course, it would require a bit of infrastructure support that we believe should come in as that takes shape, so that the infrastructure support is actually hand and glove. We do not want it to come before. Yeah, so that's phase 2. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent, precise. The only thing which is not precise is that we shall link up with academia. That's too broad. So identify which university you want to work with. Academia is, Professor Kokwaro is here.
Let me help you. As we are seated here, you may not have realized that we have representation. We had Strathmore University, we had RBC, we had... Yes, and actually the idea here is that we are already thinking as a group and understanding how do we leverage each other's strengths. We'll be doing a mapping exercise to create an inventory, what capacity already exists, and not just acting like it's, yeah.
You hear my word? We go specific, we shall link up with this university. Academia, everybody's an academic. Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you very much. They have also been very clear and used time very well. I think Ubuntu has been asked to present, so Ziki, they're talking about 2 minutes.
I'll do it in 30 seconds. I'm just kidding. Okay, so I don't want to stand facing my back. All right, so we had steps set up for how we would go about implementing, or what, I guess, the plan following the initiative that we've been discussing today. And one of the first things that we wanted to do was to identify, just hold on a second. Okay, so it was to identify a plan and ensure that we have a clear plan of what we want to do and how we will execute it. This will be in connection with, or I guess setting it up with donors, not donors, sorry, what we would call champions for our cause. So we would be looking for somebody who would go out there and on our behalf, speak to numerous people, champion, promote our cause. And we're also looking at using prominent teams to advocate for our pilot and our initiative. Now, if my team is here and they hear me missing anything, please feel free to jump in and let me know. So that would be our first step. So making sure that we have a clear plan that is connected to a champion, such as perhaps maybe a head of state, so a president. One of the suggestions that we had was maybe the Egyptian president, the Rwandan president perhaps, or his ministry, President Ramaphosa, or even the head of the African Union being somebody who would champion our cause. And then for the prominent team that we're looking to use to advocate for our pilot would be perhaps somebody from, members from either Bill Gates' team or another member from USAID, another member from another well-known nonprofit organization that would definitely be out there speaking on our behalf. Step 2, have a concept note that we would be able to send out to different donors. And we would use this concept note, I guess we'd adjust the concept note to the different donors that we are approaching and asking to kind of buy in or to sponsor the fund. So we're looking at organizations like USAID, faith-based organizations. And as we are sending it to these different organizations, we are obviously adjusting our concept note so that they can find it relatable as well. We're looking at philanthropies as well as people we would approach. Step 3, or step 4 rather, we would be looking at setting up a board. So the board would be set up along with the secretariat that would be there to ensure that we are managing the funds correctly and they're being distributed correctly. Sorry, I saw a paper going up saying that I may have a few seconds left. And after that, I think the last one is to make Aheti known throughout Africa or anywhere else that we would be able to have a chance to. So promote it as much as possible. We're looking at promoting it in prominent official health forums, such as the one that's coming up in June, where there'll be a health expo, where we're looking to have perhaps the Kenyan ministry opening up the health expo and thus, promoting Aheti in that part of, I guess, expo. And that's it on my side. If there's anything else, please let me know, team.
Integrated health. Let it be very, very integrated.
Yeah, so we had a very heterogeneous group, which is great, with scientists. I will try to order them in the way that can help. So we have scientists here who are developing basic medicines, molecules, herbs, who are actually on the verge of it being able to go into clinical trials, but that costs a lot of money. I mean, in Germany, 10 to 15 billion per trial. So how do you start into that process? So we discussed how to start with case reporting. My team has been instrumental in creating the CARE guidelines, C-A-R-E, for case reporting guidelines, which enable scientists to publish single cases very well, which can start their career, which can get money to actually then go into clinical trials. So that would be the first thing. Second thing is we have been talking about something very simple, and that is to trial giving warmth for fever instead of suppressing the fever. Now, where does that work in Africa? For which children does it work well, for which children not? We are doing trials in Germany on this at the moment, and we could do trials in Africa at the same time, and that's a very, very simple application. It's just warmth. But doing that can build up teams that have the ability for clinical trials, which of course already exist in many places in Africa, which then can be the teams that can continue adding different things from the first teams who are doing the medications. And another thing we talked about is a series of congresses on particular themes within integrative medicine, and they could of course happen within integrative settings so that the food is organic, the whole setting is organic, and we're supporting the local industry and the local farmers. And one of these congresses could be, for example, on fever management in childhood. Another congress could be on developing One Health curricula for schools and for universities, because we are seeing that a lot of people coming from schools and universities have no idea of what the earth is, have no idea of the plants around them, etc., to get them back to being in contact with life. Anything more to add? Thank you. And of course, we had you, Fred, amongst us, who you have written 600 or something, 486 curricula or something like that, which we were very happy to. So we want you on our congresses.
And I told them one thing, Did you read the Luo word? Did you read the Luo word I gave you? Luo word.
Yes, the shaka.
Achaka. Professor Kokwaro explained that.
Just start.
I had someone sit here and was explaining, can we manufacture drugs in Africa? Just start. Then we shall know. Because if you don't start, how will we know? You answered like yesterday. We should have begun yesterday. Do you know what's happening? If we don't begin, our grandchildren will say, like yesterday. And the grandchildren or our grandchildren will say, like yesterday. Where will we be as Africa? Start. Guys, do you know what? Start. Just start. Why I'm insisting on that point? Yes.
Just because you said that, we actually have a date for the first Congress on fever management in childhood, and that would be the end of August, 1st of September, as a small pre-Congress at the SECAM CARM, and whoever is interested in coming to that can talk to us at SECAM in Egypt.
We will come. Let's go. Not interested, go, let's go. You know, in my culture, this is why this thing of chaka chaka is important. Just begin. In Luo, if you want to get married and you go and tell your father, I am mature enough to marry, they'll tell you, you are not yet ready. But if you just take a lady and bring home, and the elder from the other home comes and says, I heard my daughter slept here, you are married, and dowry will be paid. But if you are waiting that until your father will say, now you should get married, you will not. Secondly, someone said, if the white people have interest in pharmaceutical, how can Africa produce? Isn't it? Are we waiting for permission from US or Europe to start? Let us start. In English, they say, if you want a man to tell you no, ask them for permission. You understand? How did some of us know how to drive? You take your father's car, then you tell him, Daddy, I'm in the city with your car. They say, are you okay? Yes. Tomorrow you'll go to a driving school. But go over there and say, Daddy, can you take me to driving school? They say, no, you are not yet ready. Let us begin. Are you hearing this? Let us do what? Begin. Are we together? Can we all say, let us begin? Can you say all us, let us begin? Let us begin. You're waiting for permission, no one will give you. Are we together? And we are not ready. Let us begin. Are you ready? No, but we are gonna begin. Yes. I will give them the example of how I went to school. I went to high school with my primary school uniform. Then I'm told, okay, Fred, you are paid school fees, but now go for uniform. Then I went for 1 week, we looked for uniform, then I came with it. Then they say, Ma, but you don't have a slasher. So had I waited until all boxes were ticked, no, that list for admission. If you wait until you tick everything, you can't begin. So just go and begin. Am I not educated? I am. Had I waited, I could have not. You are waiting for too many checklists. Let us do what? Begin. Somewhere, of course, reasonably. Are we together about this spirit? Another track that I have not called here. The last one was about me, data repository. Father, come. Now, data repository, we want to be very pragmatic. You get my point? People have told us to begin with the data warehouse. You know what a data warehouse is? With something very big, without knowing what needs to be inside. We will just begin with what is available. So the next steps here, sisters, we met, we agreed we are going to go your facilities that are already having data, which is existing. Some of them are regulated by the Catholic Church bishop, some of them by government. We want to begin by qualifying to be the people who can be the data owners. No, not the data repository. You own the data, we become data repository. Remember, we don't need your actual data by knowing which patient suffering which disease. We want to take trend. And we discussed with Dr. Karanja, and he told us there are some data which do not need many of those approvals, isn't it? We will start with practical and create the hub. Then data owners will feed to our repository. Then we just grow. But we agreed with Father in the discussion yesterday, we will build the most unfinished data repository, but the most functional. Are you seeing this thing? Which means that it is unfinished and it is functional, meaning that you want to build a house, you build a house with one sitting room, one kitchen, one bathroom, but now you can make it become a bungalow later, but you don't start by building a bungalow, just by building. You can live inside, you can eat, you can sleep, isn't it? Where you're going to do barbecue is not important now. Are you together? So we have designed the ecosystem, and we want to start with unfinished but functional. Because what I've seen some people build data which is finished but dysfunctional. So Father, can you mention the words which were important in the data?
You know, it will be suicidal to speak after the professor.
No, we talked about the issue of data which can valid data, validity. Some data are not valid. The data must be cleaned. You understand? But also data that can be manipulated. Because when you do under research, you can have data collected in a fashion that you cannot manipulate. You can just see it like this. You see some few numbers, but you can't manipulate it. Retrievable. And it must also have security. So those ones are some of the criteria of unfinished, but functional. Because if it's not secure, in fact, there's no need of even starting to build it. At the same time, so who needs it? It's still not useful. If it's not valid, like malaria is 98% problem in Africa, isn't it? Is it valid data? You had Father's testimony. Is it politically or is it so we will start with that. Something that is useful. So who will be the data consumers? Start by looking what are their needs. And that's what will make the data what? Functional. For example, I was even telling Professor David that you see these sisters who run health facilities, they have data, for you have technology. How can we find how your technology can harness their data and how can we be a repository? Because why are we building a technology when you have it? And why are we collecting data when you have the data? What we need is a repository that can be accessed by anybody who needs all health informatics, which is a one-stop shop for data. Father, you want to say something?
Just very quickly to say that we have, maybe to encourage you, so we have one person, an African, a Nigerian, who lives and works in the US. And when we described to him what we are doing, he got so mesmerized. When we spoke to him about the hospitals and the Catholic sisters, he even got more mesmerized and he said, he has a platform that is even much better than many systems that he has seen in the US. He's lived there for more than 20 years and he's going to deploy it. He said, the people who can use this the best is that network of Catholic hospitals. And he is ready to donate it to us in addition to, for free, generous donation. He just said, he's been using it commercially at times, but he just feels the Catholic networks may use it much more optimally and with much greater impact than what we're doing with it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Father, for that. I think, sisters, just to make you understand that, just one thing so that you can understand what Father is saying. Have you ever seen a patient coming to your facility and the patient was being seen elsewhere and you're trying to ask them, what is your allergies? When is the last time you went to hospital? And there's a sister in Kenya working with Afya Record. That's Sister Regina. That's what Afya Record is trying to achieve. But this is much more advanced. But we want that when patients will own their data, where I go and tell you, this is, I put my password, then you can see my data. Not that my data is owned in a file locked in your office, which you can't access, I can't access, and if you access, it's too late for me to be helped. So even the timeliness or retrieval, Father James, becomes very important. So all this will come together, and we can tell you that the low-lying fruits is this data. Another thing we didn't discuss in the track, which we want to leave here, is that Haiti will convene you next time in the Health Expo, which is again to showcase what we are doing, like Zeke was trying to say in Nairobi, 14th to 17th, will be in Nairobi, convened to showcase what everybody is now doing. There will be opportunities for everybody to see. But because that is now coming during the launch of Haiti, I think this session is officially closed. I think that even the issue of action points and commitments have already been taken. Have we? See, everybody, I've given you your work. In those tracks you are holding, for me, I'm going to reach out to you. And remember my name, Chief Execution Officer. So when I call you, you know I want to execute something. So I'll be asking for what I want. My part I'll do, and I hope you'll also do your part. I think we need to move to the very last part, which is a conference communication. Father, you ready? Communication. Communicate. Communication. Okay, the communications are the following. Father is wondering what was that in the program. Now, what are the next steps after this conference? Isn't it? The next step is those tracks we have taken, we'll find a way on which we can find them a structure to work with Haiti. That is very, very important. Because I am not, for reasons which is very important, for marketing Haiti, I have to go to Nairobi tonight to do something for Haiti tonight. So I have to go to Nairobi. I've just changed the ticket now. Father, will you allow me just to explain to everybody the 7 children of Haiti? And then you'll do the launch later of these children. They'll be unveiled. It is this way. Some of them you are aware, but in different phases. So the first child of Haiti is Ubuntu Health Impact Fund. And without it, Haiti won't exist. And everything started from there. So that has been explained, so no need to explain anything about it. It was explained to you in a panel and discussion has taken place. So that one goes. The second child of Haiti is biomedical research facilities. Our vision is that we should have three biomedical research facilities, the replica of Revna, in at least every urban town in Africa, at least. For example, Kigali should have 3 like that. But you are beginning with 4. Accra is one of them. We need 1 in East Africa. We will need 1 in Central Africa. 1 in Southern Africa. And that is the one where the first Ubuntu Fund is likely to go to. Because that's the starting point. Remember, we want to manufacture drugs. But as Dr. Edem explained, before we manufacture drugs, we are forgetting who are we? How does these drugs work with us? So genetic combination of our body. That's why we want to collect genomic data to know which kind of genes do we have to develop precision medicine. But before doing precision medicine, we need to collect that. We need to do that genomic data. So that's biomedical research facilities, or you can call them research centers. Remember, 80% of Africans treated are treated without diagnostics. Meaning we don't even know their blood group, but they're being treated. That is guesswork. So these research facilities will bring precision medicine by collecting that. So that's biomedical. After biomedical, the third child is now data repository, which I've just discussed. The main purpose of data repository is to become a one-stop shop for health informatics. This is not that we can have it tonight, but we shall start having components, sequencing which were essential after the other. Biomedical research facilities, because they are working with Haiti directly, we will be able to get that data and put them in data repository. I was telling people, actually I was telling Father James as we were discussing the data repository,
that everything in Africa is based on guesswork. I know you're going to disagree with me, but I'll give you an example. Africa heads of state met in Abuja and declared what's called Abuja Declaration. You know what Abuja Declaration was? What was it, John Paul? 15% of
our annual budget going to health.
How did they reach it? Now let me tell you how fun it is. What is the link between a budget of a country and healthcare? Actually, GDP. Do you know there may no linkages between a GDP of a country and health needs and disease burden? Because GDP, you can have a poor country with very many health issues, that's why it is poor. It has a small GDP, but you're giving 15% to the health. Are you getting my point? Which kind of information is that used for making decision? You're using GDP, and father says economics doesn't work here, isn't it? To invest in healthcare. Now, if I tell you everything is guesswork, even your budget is guesswork. In Kenya, we said 15% to be taken to counties. What was the formula? Somebody felt 15 looks a good figure. Let's put it. So even this data repository, we are treating people based on guesswork. My mother did this. Malaria queen. You have malaria. That's how I was treated. That's how I treated. I'm happy I'm here. The chance of death was very high. You get what I mean? So that's guesswork. I'm sure you're calling it pattern recognition, but it's guesswork. Real serious guesswork. Dr. Jim McPhee will tell you about a very senior person whom the wife thought was only having malaria. When they discovered that he was having something more serious than that, he was already dead. And these are happening. So guesswork, data. The fourth child of Haiti is pharmaceutical tech lab. Because now we have genomic data through biomedical research facilities. We have Ubuntu Fund to help it. That is 2. The third one, we have already developed what is called the data repository. Now, using data and technology, we can do drug development much faster. We can actually leapfrog the West. We don't need their permission to leapfrog them, do we? Have we leapfrogged them before? Yes. M-Pesa, mobile money, leapfrog the world because we didn't have to develop branch network or banks to meet them. With technology and data, pharmaceutical tech lab will be able to do that. And why is this important? This one we need only 4 in Africa. Because we have done research and found that most drug manufacturers in Africa, everybody has a laboratory, which they use one in I don't know how many months. And it's expensive to build it, maintain it, and operate it. And I've seen most of them have 2 problems. So for you to do that, you need people to operate the machines, but also interpret machines. So some people invest in operators to ensure it does not get destroyed. But you cannot know the output because they don't know who can interpret the results. But some people invest on interpreters, but not because it's expensive to have operator and interpreter. So those who only have interpreters, the machine gets destroyed because there is no, let's say, qualified operator. Dr. Adam, you can see those are your machines. You must have interpreter and operator. If you only have one, I've seen people run somewhere in pathology. If you don't have a good pathologist, you can do diagnostics. They say, actually, we can see some cells here. Yeah, very many cells. You are very sick. But guesswork. So you see, if we have the pharmaceutical tech lab where molecular trials can be done, clinical trials can be done with data. Because if you're doing it on your own, you have to have your own data sets. Here we shall give you data, genomic data, and other health informatics, even giving you market insights. This molecule you have developed, can it actually go to the market and become viable?
You get my point? Those ones will be 4. Wherever they're going to sit, they're going to attract different countries to come and say, me, I want this one, me, I want that one. Rwanda says they want one. Kenya registered their interest the other day. Actually, yesterday. We don't know whether Egypt want to register their interest. And we don't know whether, yeah. Yes, you get my point. Now, after the pharmaceutical tech lab, the next thing is primary healthcare, because before medicine is distributed to the last mile and somebody can take it, we are not safe. At the same time, further added the component of primary healthcare must have preventive medicine. And now the new child in the block is now integrative medicine. So that is the fifth child. The sixth child is, before we change mindsets, we cannot be able to change this. And for philosophers who are here, fathers, I know we did philosophy, all of you. There's somebody called Karl Marx who talks about superstructure and infrastructure. Infrastructure is like this building. Superstructure is the thinking behind how this building is done. I've seen people build beautiful infrastructure, but there is no thinking how to run them. And that's why we need Leadership Academy, Africa Leadership Academy, to train the politicians on policy, train technical people on running these facilities, and also train the biomedical researchers to work on biomedical research. That's the sixth child. And then the last child is the most beautiful child, isn't it? Expo, annual expo, to showcase what we are doing for knowledge translation, knowledge transfer, learning, so that you don't work on something somebody already gotten the solution. And I end by saying this. When I was doing my you did your studies, where I did my studies on Saturday, there's a student who did his PhD for 3 years doing research. And when you're doing PhD, they say, you have to research something new. I'm sure all of you did this thing, isn't it? So he was working on research for 2 years on something new. Then one day, we found someone pushing printer from the 4th floor down, the printer. He had just printed a research that was done in 1985, and that's what he has been working for 2 years that is completely new. He broke the printer, then left. He didn't come back for 3 months. What I'm trying to say here, you might be struggling that you are researching something very new that somebody discovered a long time ago. Expo will tell you that whatever you are doing, there's nothing new under the sun. Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 16. Vanity of vanity. Let us meet in the CES Expo so that you can know that there's vanity of vanity. So that you don't feel too much. What I'm doing is totally new. No, there's nothing totally new. And our work is not to come with something totally new. We just need to offer solutions. Is it clear now for you, the 7 children of Haiti? Are they children that can grow? Or they'll suffer from what is called liability or newness? You know, in theory, when a child has just been born, they can die easily. And I know that there are some of them who are very mature, because Revna can't die, isn't it? That's one of them. The tech lab, there is not new, it's just we're doing it differently. Are you getting me? So there are things which have been tried and tested and can move forward. So that's all about what we can communicate for now. The next thing here is 6 o'clock, right? And we now coming to the end, but not, because we are going for dinner. And during the dinner, then Haiti will be launched. How it will be launched? Just wait. There are rooms for surprises. Are you together? Maybe the whole of Kigali will be fireworks and we'll paint it red with Haiti colors. You just wait and see what will happen. But I now give this microphone to Father. The minister is not here, but you'll know now how to close it. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Fred.
now that we have done the math that we have done, my request is the presentation that were presented to us. Is it possible that you share that information with us, because we will need it for future reference? Thank you.
You heard Dr. Ogola. You heard. Okay. Thank you very much. It's a very short word of, but very deep word of gratitude to all of you. A word of gratitude, and we really, really mean it. Thank you. Murakoze chana. Asanteni sana. Twatotera sana. Twatasha. I'll add what how normally politicians here, when people are thanking politicians, how they do it. They say, sir, you left all your important work just to come and see us. Sirs and madams, you left all your important work just to come and see us. Asanteni sana. Like Dr. Macharia has mentioned, we will put together the proceedings of the conference, the documents, which we will share. And as Fred mentioned also, groups have shared how they see the next steps to be. So put all of that together and we'll share. And we want to promise that we'll keep you very well updated and we'll keep you abreast. Yeah? We shall have dinner at 7. It's already 6, eh? 7 for 7:30. 7 for 7:30. Which I hope we can make it, but which means that you appear maybe for a chat for a small cocktail, and we'll have it in our hotel place there. Yeah? Okay? 7 for 7:30. Yeah? Sorry? In Gracia. In Gracia. In Gracia Hotel. Yeah, is there anybody else who is leaving this evening other than Fred? Olivier. Okay. Most of us will leave tomorrow. Yeah? So only 2. And also, what's her name? From the US Trade Office, Elizabeth has already left as well. And that's where Fred is going, because one of the things that she would like to do, the other issues on trade that we're working on, and so they're going to have meetings in Nairobi tomorrow. That's why they have to leave. And some of us will stay behind also for meetings here. Yeah. Anything burning that we should pay attention to?
So on behalf of my fellow participants, I would love to say thank you to the organizers for bringing us here. It has been wonderful to be here. We cannot leave this place without saying thank you. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, and we also give thanks to those who support our work, our funders. At least I know my church, we don't make money like a business. We depend on support from external help as well as internal people from within. We're very, very grateful for those generous funders, funders, and all of those people who support our work. It's very, very generous of them. Please say a prayer for them in gratitude, yeah? And those of you who fundraise, you know that those who really give, it's not the big shots of who give billions, I had a fellow priest who was like, you know, that minister, you know, they come with pomp and cameras and everything, and the collection doesn't even change when they come. So sometimes we think it's a big people with money to spare that give. No. It's usually just the ordinary folks, individuals, or, you know, simple people who support us. So really say a prayer for them. It's sacrifice they make. It's sacrifice they make. It's not out of the much extra. Yeah. Anything else burning?
Thank you, Father. On the behalf of colleague Rwandans who are hosting this event, we want to say Murakoze Chane, Murakoze. And as the DG said, let us not prepare for the future, let us prepare the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, the Rwandese government has been very supportive of our work, and I know that we're going to work together with the Rwandese government, plus others, but I mean, your government has really shown commitment, and we're very grateful. I will be meeting the DJ tomorrow to really say thank you, yeah. And I'm to give them their due. They're quite organized in this field of pharmaceuticals. Thank you. Okay, maybe we may stand and just I'll teach you a song of thanksgiving. If I go off tune, sister will support me. It's Swahili, twasema asante. Our sister has it. Sister, go. Twasema asante. Wewe Mungu Bwana. Thank you.
So, when I say twasema asante, twasema asante wangu, hakuna Mungu kama wewe, hakuna Mungu kama wewe, hakuna Mungu kama wewe, ewe Mungu wangu, twasema asante, twasema asante, twasema asante, ewe Mungu wangu, twasema asante, twasema asante, twasema asante, ewe Mungu wangu.
So I now wish you God's blessings in everything that you do, and may everything you engage be fruitful for the benefit of humanity. Amen. Thank you. So how many would like to go by car? Because when we are going back, there are few. Back to Grazia. How many would like to go by car this evening from here? Because like yesterday, those went by car were fewer, so that's how I ask. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So about 6, 7 people want to go by car. The rest want to walk. Eh? Group photo. For last day. Okay, I'm being reminded that we can take another group photo for the last day. So we come back to the front quickly. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, do you have a cameraman or we use our phones? Camera people. Camera people, organizers like you did. Who's going to organize us?
Allô. Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons organiser une session de photos. Isaac, Honorable Isaac, Director of Photography, Mr. Isaac, really professional, and Mr. Fabrice, Honorable Ferdi.
Okay, it's like yesterday.
So, Honorable, we want a big smile, Africa Health Economic Transformation Initiative. A big smile. You are number one. Big smile, Honorable. Ubuntu, yes. One more smile, I can see no smile. One more smile. Thank you. Yes.
Now, who's sending me, please? Share on our platform. Share it on the platform.
Just now I'm sharing it. Just now.
Oh, wonderful. What time are you leaving tomorrow?
Evening.
Evening. We have to find out what time we will check out. Whether they paid for us.
Oh, it's 10 hours. Checking out is 10 hours. 10 hours.
What?
At the hotel, checking out is 10 hours. When you go out, when you're done, starting a new day.
10 hours.
But our flight
At 10 in the morning.
In the morning, but our flight is 7
Is at
p.m.
7? No, they should ask for permission for us so that we leave after lunch. Eh? We need to ask. Because mine is at 3 o'clock. No, not 3. 7 in the evening.
Well, most of us is 7 in the evening.
So why don't they give us lunch?
Ask for the job.
Yeah, they can organize the hotel because we've given them business. We can find out from Father Charles. Thank you. It's okay. You can go and ask for us from Father.
Since we're going for supper there, we'll ask you during supper time.
What if we forget?
No, you can't. Please make sure. Yes. Oh, you're going by